First item we have is an update on the docking building and the Kansas Department of Health and Environment laboratory construction statuses. We'll have Dr. D'Angela Burns Wallace, Secretary of Administration. Secretary Burns, welcome to committee.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, committee members. Good to see you all this morning. I have submitted in writing a kind of update on docking in the lab. Since the last time we talked, we've had a little movement, not a lot, but it does outline a few of the things in terms of timing of fences going up, the type of work that is starting with docking. As you all know, the contract has been fully executed. We did provide to you a copy of the map that shows how the Capitol Complex area will be impacted. And so there are some street closures and of course the lot closures, just to give you kind of some impact. One of the things that we did want to highlight is the contractor Hutton Construction is using 87% Kansas-based trades and suppliers. And so we have worked very closely with them on that. But the project is moving forward. It is on track and it is scheduled for completion in June of 2025. The KDHE lab, similarly, if you haven't been down the street over there, the fence is up for that lot as well. McCall Gordon is the construction company that has that contract, and they also are starting their work, are right on our original schedule as well. And the project is scheduled and on target for completion by December 2024. With that, I will stand for any questions on either project.
Thank you. Questions? Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On those, especially lot number 2, have we looked at any sort of alternative where people are going to park?
We have plenty of parking between all of our lots, between lot 1 and also lot 8. If you look at our lots and our capacity, there's a lot of spaces, and so we are comfortable that we can still accommodate.
Okay. Yeah, I knew the other lot. I mean, I guess the southern part of that lot was no big deal, but I wasn't sure about lot 2. So
lot 1 actually has a lot of capacity in it if you drive through it on any given day. There is a visitor side, and then there's another little piece right there on that visitor side, plus the entire back half of that lot. And then there's also lot 8, which is the lot that is, I want to say that's north of Eisenhower, which is also a state lot. So we will be monitoring it though as well, but we do believe that we will have adequate space during this period.
okay. I just know that a lot of our assistants, our office assistants, park in that lot too, and they're older, you know, and so I didn't know if there was a way that we could make sure that they get into that north part of lot 1.
So the first north part of lot 1 is visitor, that kind of edge, and then there is another space there. We have worked with Tom Day to make sure that everybody is aware of the space and the accommodations. And if we run into any issues, we can definitely look at that again.
Okay. All right. And I just want to say I appreciated working with you. I hate to see you leaving, and we appreciate what you've done not only for the Department of Administration, but for my work through JCIT. You've done a great job with the computer part of it, and appreciate it. So good luck in your whatever else your future holds.
Thank you.
Representative Wolfmore.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to add to that also. You know, they say everyone is replaceable, but I don't know that you are. You've done a fabulous job, and thank you, and best wishes to you.
Thank you.
Other questions? I guess I would ask one. The docking building is all settled. It's coming down to ground level and going up 3 floors, correct?
Yes, sir.
Because I still have been receiving emails from some folks that I guess they don't like what the plan is. So I just, it's what I've been telling people. I said I thought that had already been decided, but I wanted to make sure. So I'd like to echo my colleagues in thanking you for all the hard work, and thank you for the job you did. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
With that, we'll move on to the next item, and I believe that is update on the Spark and other COVID-19 federal funds, and we'll have Secretary Burns-Wallace again.
There is also a short written update about the Spark process and the COVID relief dollars. Just as a reminder, the Spark Executive Committee did meet in September, identified priority buckets as well as dollars in those buckets, and we are actually scheduled to meet tomorrow morning to do the finalization of the program plans and the distribution of those dollars so that we can prepare a recommendation to take forward to State Finance Council. All of this work has been predicated on both the listening sessions that we did last year, as well as the work of the advisory committees, their understanding of the priorities, the idea submissions that help shape the programs, as well as the proposed dollar levels. So more to come after tomorrow. We will make sure that this committee gets a copy of the packet that goes out in tomorrow's Spark, as well as any recommendations that come out of it. Our timing was just a little bit backwards. We're after this, so I can't give you that full update of what is decided, but I will make sure that my team actually sends it directly back to you all so that you can see the recommendations that come out of Spark and that will be going forward to State Finance Council.
Questions? Senator Hawk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Madam Secretary, I wanted to wait to chime in with my colleagues about your meritorious service to see if I would find out whether my Spark subcommittee on connectivity got funded like I wanted it to, but I won't do that. But you had so many hats to wear in your tenure. I honestly don't see how you did it. And we did have a few problems when you came on board, and I feel like you got on top of every one of them. And I think the citizens of the state of Kansas, and I know Governor Kelly's very pleased with your service, and I think to the person, everyone in the legislature is too. So just thank you from the bottom of my heart, and I wish you well. And I'm so eager to find out what else you're going to do, because you really have a rare talent gift, and I hope you keep contributing. So thank you very much.
We're going to get your connectivity committee. Don't worry about that, and thank you for those words.
That was the right response I was looking for. Thank you.
Representative Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Angela, so does this exhaust the Sparks funds?
So all with this
307
374, all current ARPA funds will be allocated. And so they are all distributed.
Okay, so is there any danger of some of this not being returned or not being used and being returned?
I don't think so. The reality is remembering that we have until 2024 for all obligations and 2026 to spend. If we look back at what happened with CRF, there will be a point where we need to make sure that there's no kind of recoupment or reallocation that might need to happen, but we have plenty of time to be able to keep that on our radar. So it gives us the opportunity, let's say a particular bucket, project, or initiative was allocated, 50 million, and they only used 45 million. We will have the time to then recoup that and reallocate it. We learned a lot during the CRF process to be able to stay on top of that, because we always know that the demand is there, and many of the areas, even with these Spark priority buckets, are being funded lower than we know the demand is. And so the idea here is that we've identified where those priority areas are. We've identified kind of where the needs are. So if there are dollars that need to be reallocated, you kind of have some pre-established buckets to be able to push them in a direction to, as well as other things that might come up over the next year and a half. So I don't think we're going to be in a situation where we won't be able to maximize these dollars in the long run. But, the Office of Recovery will stay on top of that. That is how we make sure that we maximize the dollars as we came out of the CRF dollars as well.
Okay, very good. And I would echo my other colleagues that you've done a fine job, and it's been a pleasure to work with you. So
Thank you.
Representative Wolfmore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I just want to make sure I understand this. So This will open up the grant process to anyone that chooses to apply that falls within a priority bucket. Is that right?
Correct. And what you will see is, if you remember the work of the advisory committees, under each of these large bucket, there were kind of sub buckets in areas. What we will be bringing forward tomorrow to the executive committee are actually program design grants to match onto those sub areas. So it'll be very clear, here's the area, here's the eligibility, here's how that grant particular program would work, and then the distribution of those dollars. So take health and education, for example, it has 109 in the original recommendation, but if you go back to the advisory group's recommendations, there were some breakouts in terms of that 109 or their larger bucket. That's what we'll be bringing forward tomorrow. And the agencies and the recovery office work to kind of craft those amounts using kind of some of those priority areas to figure out kind of which, it's not even, but it's not even because some had greater demand than others.
And then one last question. So, and the timing of when they need to apply by and all of that?
Will all roll out, and each will be individual grant programs. We will identify their administering agency. They then will launch the necessary grant program with all of the necessary parameters, timeline for a competitive grant process in each of the respective areas.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Hawk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mentioning that we have until 2024 to make allocations and they have to be spent by 2026. Some of these are going to be construction projects, supply chain problems, and then sometimes there are delays. As long as the money is allocated and contracted out, what happens if the construction project is not finished by the end of 2026?
2026 will be the deadline. No more dollars can go out after that point, and anything that is not spent by 2026 could be recouped by the federal government. I think as we learned under CRF, there are ways so that we can ensure that that doesn't happen overnight, right? A construction project, we're not going to be in November and no, we're not going to make it by December 2026. Right? And so it will give the opportunity there to see which projects, and that's why throughout this entire process, there will continue to be monitoring and required reporting for all recipients of these dollars across all programs. That gives us that insight into, okay, this program or this particular project may not make it or may be close, and we may need to look at how do we continue to fund this, or if we're running into an area or a situation. But we have a nice run time. The good part about in hoping that we can get these final allocations out and these grant programs stood up, that gives us a solid 2 years to get this bucket of money out. All of the money that you all appropriated is already out into the respective parties, and people are beginning to work on those initiatives. So the trick here is, as we did the first time, just being diligent, staying on top of it, monitoring the projects, understand where we run into issues, and all funds do have to be obligated by 2024. If there's then a decent runway past 24 to be able to see if we think that a project may or may not be on course to be able to spin down by 2026.
So, good idea to try and have the construction projects completed and done by the end of 2026 then?
They need to be. Any dollars, federal dollars cannot be spent beyond 2026. That will end, just as if we did with the CRF, there is a point in which if those dollars have not been spent, we can no longer spend them. We would have to reallocate them to a different project to be able to spend them, which is possible. There are some guidelines around that, but there's no wiggle room past 26. That's why you have that window from 24 to 26, because that truly is the end of that deadline.
Thank you for that clarification. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions? Seeing none?
If I can take a moment, I just want to say thank you to you all. This has been an honor and a pleasure to serve the citizens of Kansas and to work alongside all of you. And I hope you will carry this to your colleagues in the legislature, because this is my last official time standing before you as the Secretary of Administration. the Chief Information Technology Officer, and the purview of the Office of Recovery. What I can say is I am confident that the leaders in each of my respective areas are ready to continue to deliver excellent service every time. So please reach out to them as we go through this transition. But no, it has been a pleasure and an honor to work with all of you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you and appreciate you. Next, we will have a review of the recent legislative post-audit reports. And we'll have the 3-year IT security summary report. Alex Gard.
Well, first off, I'm not Alex. That much is clear. And second, I'm not sure how to follow that. My name is Catherine Osterhaus. I am the IT Audit Manager for Legislative Division of Post Audit. Alex could not be here. He's out sick, so I'm standing in for him. You should have in your binders our 3-year report. That's the one I will be talking about. I do have a little bit of background and just some setup for all of this, so I'll just kind of start with that. State law authorizes our office to conduct IT audits as directed by the Legislative Post-Audit Committee. These audits are conducted on a 3-year cycle. The report that you have in front of you summarizes the reports from individual audit agencies we conducted over 3 years. The short answer is about half of the entities did well, half of the other half did not. So again, I'll cover some background that starts on page 4. You should have that in your binders, looks something like this to follow along if you so choose. I wanted to talk a little bit about why it matters and why do we do these reports to begin with. So under established security standards, state and local entities must protect sensitive information they have against data loss or theft or any other bad things. And Kansans use state agency services and programs and depend on them to protect personal information. Criminals know this and consistently target government entities because of that. State and local entities have to balance their business needs against security risks. Government entities generally are not in the IT security business. They have their other missions, their core missions, like housing inmates, monitoring air quality, or educating children. Implementing security controls can reduce staff speed and limit functionality. It also takes time and resources to put these in place. Oftentimes, proper security is at odds with getting things done fast. Several statewide initiatives have aimed at improving the state IT security as a whole. So among them is the creation of the executive council called ITEC, which establishes statewide security policies, as well as the 2018 Cybersecurity Act. So we covered the why. I'm going to talk a little bit about how the work gets done to lead us to this 3-year report. Our IT reports involve collecting a lot of information from state agencies or school districts about their IT security processes and controls. We evaluate selected IT processes and controls through vulnerability scans, on-site inspections, file reviews, face-to-face interviews, social engineering, and other work as needed. Our work plan for each agency generally consists about 40 to 50 control items across 9 control areas. Most control areas come from either the state statute or the ITEC policies. For each control item, then, we awarded between 0 and 3 points based on the entity's compliance that we saw. The points then were totaled for each area, as well as overall, and converted to a percentage, as shown in Figure 1 on page 8. We provide individual confidential reports for each of the agencies that we audited, and we generally conduct between 6 to 8 IT reports in a year, and we present those summaries in our findings to our committee in closed hearings. So at the end of the 3-year period, we summarize the findings from all auditees in a public report, and so that's what is in front of you, and I'll cover next. We do this to allow lawmakers and the public to get a sense for the results in this work over this time period, kind of a state of the state in IT security, if you will. So moving to the actual findings in the report, and if you follow along, that starts on page 8. Overall, 10 of the 21 entities that we audited in the past 3 years did not substantially comply with applicable IT security standards and best practices. 10 entities scored below the 50% and received an overall limited or very limited assurance rating. Translated to colors, that would be a red or orange. The figure 2 on page 9 shows the number of findings across all 21 entities. And as the figure shows, a handful of areas had the most significant security weaknesses. Those areas are vulnerability remediation, and that's your patching and scanning, incident response, business contingency planning, and security awareness training. At most entities, we also selected and reviewed a specific IT system that held or processed confidential data. This is called the system review in that table that is in figure 2. I'll get into some commonalities in that area here in a little bit. So moving to page 10, the security findings summarized in this report are similar to those in previous summary reports. And I will say this is our 3rd one in a row. So this is going on to 9 to 10 years. We've done more work in the past, but this is kind of the time period that we kind of did the same kind of robust routine work. Even though our work varies from year to year, we do consistently evaluate security areas that we think are most important and most fundamental to basic security processes. State agencies and school districts continue to have similar IT security issues to those we identified and as we conducted in the past 20 years. Several entities were audited for the 2nd or even 3rd time during this past decade. Some entities improved from one audit to the next, while others had repeated findings. The primary reasons for compliance problems were 2: lack of proper management attention and oversight, and inadequate resources. So to the first one, top management is ultimately responsible for an IT security governance, risk management, and compliance. And despite this, we often found top management had not set sufficient expectations or monitored compliance with security standards. We also found several entities lacked strong security cultures based on repeated audit findings. Inadequate staff resources within IT make it difficult to create or maintain a security baseline or retain institutional knowledge. Several entities had few or no IT security staff to carry out IT security work, even though the entities maintained sensitive data. We also noted security resources were likely insufficient at several agencies, given their sizes and federal compliance requirements. On the flip side, we did note that entities that invested in IT security resources, including retaining experienced IT staff, generally had better security posture. Next, I'll cover a few highlights from the most common problem areas, and that starts on page 11. First off, most entities did not adequately scan or patch their computers to keep them secure. Over time, holes are discovered in computer software that can allow someone to break in or harm a security network. To protect against this, entities must periodically scan for known vulnerabilities. When found, entities must apply security fixes called patches to keep their computers secure. We found that many entities did not scan machines for issues or performed only partial scans. Most entities did not adequately patch their computers, so meaning they did not apply those fixes that were issued by the vendor to fix the holes in the software. Most entities also had unsupported software. So normally a software vendor will supply those regular fixes I mentioned for those security issues that are found over time. But over time, after a while, a vendor might decide to stop releasing those security fixes and just go to a different version. And those products, then, the old ones, are considered unsupported. Our scans frequently found unsupported versions of Microsoft or third-party software like Acrobat. Moving to page 12, more than half of the entities lacked adequate incident response and continuity of operations plans or did not appropriately test them. An incident response plan lays out steps to isolate, contain, or remedy a security incident. So here, think about an inadvertent email with an SSN or a full-blown ransomware attack. It really can run the gamut. A continuity of operations and disaster recovery plan really outlines a strategy to remain operational and minimize downtime when faced with a major disruption. So here, think tornado, flood, or pandemic. Once the plan is in place, it is important to test the plan to make sure that it works like they're supposed to. We found that several entities did not have one or more of those plans. And we also found that some entities were not testing them to make sure that they worked. So next, moving to page 13, almost half of the entities did not provide adequate security awareness training. And that maybe sounds a little bit basic, but really at this point, people are your last defense. And so this is a really critical area that we always test for, because there's a lot of computer controls that you can put in place, but in the end, a simple click on an email or holding the door open by somebody really friendly will allow the bad guy in. So we saw that entities did not have training programs at all. We saw some entities that had training programs, but those training programs were missing key required components. And many entities failed simulating phishing tests or did not train their staff consistently. We also saw a few entities that did not secure or dispose of sensitive information properly. And the way we know this is when we go on site, we do check trash cans or look at, their desks to make sure there's no passwords displayed openly or whiteboards that have passwords. And we did, in fact, find a little bit of everything on occasion. Moving to page 14, almost half of the entities we audited had significant management, contract, or policy-related weaknesses. Examples in this area include missing policies, poor risk management processes, contracts that lacked clauses to ensure that confidential data was returned or destroyed when the contract ended. The next few pages, 14 through 17, really outline problems in other areas that we audited, and this includes account security, data protection, network boundaries, and data centers. While the problems were not as pervasive across entities, findings in this area were significant and at times surprising. Jumping to page 17, I do want to explain our review of specific systems there. So in this area, like I mentioned before, we generally pick one system within each entity that holds very sensitive data. We reviewed a limited number of items in that system, and overall we found significant security issues exist within many of the systems with respect to account security, data protection, vulnerability remediation, and risk and security assessment. We did not make any recommendations for this summary report, but each individual entity that we audited received their confidential report throughout those 3 years and was instructed to come up with recommendations to fix those problems. And that concludes my presentation, and I'll be happy to stand for questions.
Thank you, Catherine. So nearly half of these have these security issues. I look at like the universities or even the K-12 schools. Do they have like paper backup on grades and transcripts and those type things, or is that something that could be hacked and stolen and they would never? I mean, how would they ever recover that unless they had a backup of some type?
Backup is something that is a requirement. It is an ITech policy to have a backup of your data. We go as far as actually looking for an offline backup, because oftentimes what happens with the online backup, if you do have a ransomware attack, it can actually worm its way through the system and get into your backup as well. So really a best practice that we check for is a offline backup. So we do check for that, and we oftentimes find that agencies or entities, I should say, don't have that offline. They might have the backup that's online, but again, that is just as vulnerable as your regular data, your primary data, if you will. So the offline data is really important these days, and we do check for that, and oftentimes that's where we find the problem.
So we're talking almost half. So once you do this audit, do they follow through and make sure that they get something offline, or do you follow up on that?
That is the idea, yes. Every year, we do about 6 to 8 audits every year, and then we come back a year later for those particular agencies and entities that we audited the previous year, and we follow up. What that really looks like is we essentially ask them, hey, what have you done with all your findings? Have you fixed it? And it's not necessarily an audit because they essentially just tell us what they've done, so it's not like we go in there and verify each and every one of them. If you can consider each agency has about 20 findings, that would be basically another full-blown audit. So we don't do that, but we do follow up with them and we ask them what they've done. And for the most part, they tell us that they're in progress or they're working on it, or some of them have fixed certain problems. So it's kind of a mixed bag.
Do you know if any of them have had this information or transcripts compromised? Have we had some of that happen?
Publicly, I know that Wichita State University, I believe, had an incident, and I think that's public information that has been out there, so that's all I can say.
Okay. Other questions? Representative Hoffman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We see these audits in JCIT, and it is frustrating that the post-audit does a great job of bringing awareness to the agencies. It is kind of frustrating that it seems like a lot of times it's the same thing over and over again. Sometimes they don't fix easy stuff. The patching is probably one of the biggest things that just is frustrating. You would think that the other agencies seeing that patching is a big issue that they would patch it, but start patching their computers, but they don't seem to. Well, I'll just say one thing, that on the K-12 side, we over and over again get from K-12 schools that they don't feel like they get adequate support from Department of Education in helping them to figure out what is the best practice. And we've really been pushing that in JCIT to get the Department of Education to actually help these schools with best practices, because most of them come in saying, we really appreciated the audit, but we didn't know that these are some of the things, and they're kind of frustrated, too. So I'm glad that we're doing these, and hopefully they're getting better. Sometimes I'm not sure they're actually getting any better over the years, but hopefully they do over the next several years.
Other questions? Senator Hawk.
I heard you mention, and now I'm looking in the report, but it seemed like one of the things that you found was a lot of agencies don't have security personnel. Either they've had vacancies or the marketplace, or I'm guessing we don't pay enough compared to private businesses to have the kinds of staff that can make sure that our systems are secure. Was that one of your findings in here?
Definitely vacancies and lack of staff is a finding. I know back in 2014 when we kind of started in this direction, we looked at IT salaries and the inconsistencies that you have across agencies, which I would assume also kind of contributes, because we do see a lot of staff hopping around at times. But yes, bottom line, vacancies, we did not evaluate salaries, but knowing in our own division, we've been struggling finding staff within IT for a year now. It is hard to compete against the private business.
It would seem to me that this is a very high level in high demand positions in any agency, and every agency, every business
Yes.
is highly dependent on our computer technology. So it seems to me certainly the salaries and how we recruit and retain people is a big issue, particularly in this area. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Other questions? Seeing none, I might just ask you one. We had this separate sheet on TANF, which would be like food stamps, correct?
Yeah, that'll be a separate
Okay.
presentation.
Oh, that's coming up? Oh, okay. Thank you. Catherine, thank you for being here today. We appreciate your substitution. Next, we will have the data mining results on TANF. Matt, welcome committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Matt Etzel. I'm also from Legislative Post Audit. I'm going to be going over the results of our data mining work, looking into the state's TANF program. Just for a little bit of background, separate from our normal performance audits, our office also has a data mining function. That group uses different analytical tools to review large data sets to look for potential fraud, waste, or misuse of government funding. Now, our data mining work isn't technically an official LPA audit. That's why you don't have an audit report in front of you. But you should have a 1.5-page memo summarizing our results. But even though they're not official audits, we still think our data mining work provides a lot of valuable insight and gives us broader coverage to help ensure that state funds are spent appropriately. So this last year, our data mining team reviewed the state's TANF data. TANF, of course, being the Temporary Assistance for Needy Families program. It provides financial assistance to Kansas families, and these benefits are loaded onto electronic benefit cards that recipients can use to purchase things like groceries, supplies, or to help pay for their rent. There are some prohibited items, so recipients are prohibited from using their benefits at certain places, like liquor stores, casinos, or gaming establishments. So with that background in mind, our data mining team reviewed the state's 2021 TANF data for any cases of potential fraud or misuse. So first we reviewed about 300,000 TANF transactions to see whether those transactions were allowable under federal regulations. Of those 300,000 transactions, about 257,000 were point-of-sale transactions. So you think about physically inserting the card into like a debit card or a credit card at a grocery store, something like that would be a point-of-sale transaction. None of those 257,000, in reviewing them, were transactions at prohibited places like liquor stores, tobacco stores, casinos, and those sort of things. So we didn't see any issues with those point-of-sale transactions. We also found that about 42,000 of those 300,000 were ATM withdrawals. So federal policy does allow TANF recipients to withdraw cash from an ATM to help pay for things in certain situations, right? But in those situations, we could not determine whether recipients spent that cash on allowable or unallowable items because, of course, once the ATM, the money's withdrawn from the ATM, there's no digital trail for us to follow at that point. So we couldn't determine whether those ATM withdrawals were allowable. For a little bit of context, those cash withdrawals accounted for about 40%, or about $6.2 million of the roughly $14.9 million in TANF transactions in 2021. We also reviewed the location of those 300,000 transactions. And the reason for that is that state law prohibits recipients from making those point-of-sale transactions outside of the state of Kansas. So we looked to see whether or not we could find evidence of that, and we didn't. So we did not see evidence of out-of-state point-of-sale transactions. We did find about a little over 3,000 out-of-state ATM withdrawals, though, totaling about $467,000. That's accounts for about 8% of all of those ATM transactions that I mentioned a minute ago for 2021. Just a couple examples, we found one recipient withdrew about $1,000 from an ATM in Florida. We found another one for about $240 in Nevada. All that being said, our review, it doesn't appear that state law specifically prohibits recipients from withdrawing money from an ATM outside of the state of Kansas. It just prohibits those point-of-sale transactions outside of the state of Kansas. So there's an automatic control that if somebody tries to use their EBT card at a grocery store or something at a point of sale, they would basically flag it automatically. DCF has that control in place, but again, that kind of requirement for the ATM withdrawals does not seem to be in place. We also looked for cases of imposter fraud in the TANF data. Imposter fraud, of course, when a fraudster uses stolen personal information to illegally apply for benefits in other people's names. So we reviewed information for about 79,000 TANF applicants in 2021. We looked at the data for things like duplicated email, duplicated residential addresses, duplicated names, dates of birth, those sorts of things. Typically, a lot of duplication is a good indicator to us of imposter fraud, and that's because a fraudster will try to mix and match the same stolen information as many times as they can to get as many benefits as they can, right? So when we see a lot of duplication, that's usually a red flag for us. Our review did initially flag about 450 applications as having some suspicious trends, but we were able to work with DCF on those. They were able to provide some reasonable explanations in terms of, why did we see, different usernames tied to the same account multiple times, or those sort of things, in terms of people having to reset their passwords or their usernames. So they were able to provide some reasonable explanation there. So we didn't see any evidence of widespread imposter fraud. That being said, just a reminder, this isn't a forensic audit. It's our data mining review. But in terms of, seeing lots and lots of examples of imposter fraud, that didn't seem to be the case here in the TANF data. That actually concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to stand for any questions that the committee has.
Thank you, Matt. Questions? Representative Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Matt, so do we have a limit on how much you can draw in cash?
I do believe there's a limit. I don't know.
I thought there was
Top of
too.
my head.
We passed that in a bill in 14 or something like that. So I'm shocked to see $1,000 withdrawal in Florida if we have that limit on there.
Yeah, I could get that information for you, Representative. I don't have it in front of me, but I could certainly look up if there is a limit, and if there is a limit, what that limit is for you.
Very good, thank you.
Senator Clays.
Representative, are you talking about the limit on cash withdrawal from an ATM? Yeah, so we in the House put on a $40 limit that was said to be acceptable by the feds. When it came over to the Senate, there was a senator who decided to change it oddly to $25, and that was then disallowed by the feds. So the final law wasn't 40, it was 25. That was disallowed, so I don't think that's in effect. Now we have no limit.
Senator Hawk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your report. You mentioned 79,000 applicants. How many people in Kansas in the audit period actually drew benefits on TANF? Do we know?
We
Your
do.
reports
Again,
mainly on looking at transactions, but I'm just curious how many people were on TANF.
So the 79,000 would have been anybody that applied for TANF in 2021 or had a TANF transaction in 2021. So there would be a subset within that 79 that would be the folks that I would imagine a lot of the people that applied for TANF would also have that transaction. So it's definitely within the universe of 79,000 individuals, but I could get you that specific number.
I'd be curious about that. And then I thought we got data at some time in the last year or two, 10, that we actually have a low percentage of people who qualify for TANF that actually apply for and get that benefit. But I don't think that was part of your audit, so I don't expect you to know that. But I'd be curious what percent of the need we meet with TANF, which I think is also important for us to be thinking about, not just how they use the money that they get, but how well are we meeting the temporary need and assistance to families that do need it. And I'm not sure what that number is. So if staff or you or somebody has that, I'd sure like to know that.
In terms of how many individuals had a TANF transaction in 2020?
Yeah, for example, if the number is 79,000 or some number less than that, are there 100,000 families that need the benefit? Are there 200,000? Like what percent of the need are we actually meeting and speculating? Because these are federal dollars, correct?
It is federal dollars, and I would certainly be able to tell you how many individuals had a TANF transaction. I don't know that we'd be able to know what percentage of the overall need in Kansas in terms of families that need assistance, whether, but I could get you that first
I
number.
just
for
know
sure.
there are some that would qualify that don't apply. I'm just curious where we are on that, because we look at lots of issues like this, from mental health beds to the kinds of safety net we need to have, and I'd just be interested in knowing how well we're doing. I want to make sure that people are getting the money, and I think it was great we did that audit, but I also want to know how many people are we actually reaching that have this need. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Matt. Appreciate you and Catherine both being here today.
Thank you.
Next, we'll have an update on the funds distributed by the Governor's Grants Office. And we'll have Julian Mask, Kansas Governor's Grants Program Office of the Governor, and she'll be virtually. Julian, are you there?
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to share information about the Grants Office. And so we have a very short PowerPoint slide we'd like to share with you to provide you some information about our program.
Julian, if you're ready, go ahead and proceed. So the cornerstones of the Governor's Grants Program is really built on the foundation that we value all Kansans living in healthy communities where they can grow, learn, feel safe, and thrive. The Grants Program believes in creating safe communities in Kansas where services are available and accessible in every community, accountability for systems, agencies, and services, funding provided for adequate resources, and empowerment of organizations to help individuals and agencies succeed. And our guiding principle is utilized through the whole community approach to develop accessible, evidence-based, trauma-informed, culturally effective, and equitable services directly impacting crime victims and increasing awareness of their needs. We administer 22 programs, and a description of each of those grant programs are with your materials today. Our strategic goal is to prioritize funding to applicants demonstrating the guiding principle of a criminal justice system and victim-centered whole community approach to services that enhances accountability across systems. And the strategies to address these goals are leverage service through coordination and collaboration among agencies, enhance services within the agency, and engage and empower through training and awareness. Grants program meets this goal by providing the grant management, reporting, technical assistance, and compliance training to sub-recipients receiving grant funds. And some examples of really that coordination that we like to see within communities of the different programs that we fund is if your home is broken into and you need help in buying locks to replace those that were broken during the robbery, or replacing a window, information on the crime victim assistance compensation program that's available for crime victims, whether it be mental health counseling, funeral services, and other kinds of needs to help a person who has been victimized. Or the child of a sexual assault seeking assistance to the Children's Advocacy Center, or a victim and his or her children who are seeking shelter due to domestic violence. And the educational opportunities that we provide are the pre-application webinars, the post-grant award and grant management webinars,
We have regional trainings that are held throughout the state to increase capacity of the rural areas as well as culturally specific communities seeking grant funds. We also facilitate the Kansas Academy for Victim Assistance for new victim advocates, working with victims and survivors in the criminal justice system throughout the state. And we hold the annual Crime Victims' Rights Conference each year. Our grants team is made up of 14 of us that work on these 22 grant programs. And it really starts in describing the major activities that we work through in ensuring that these grant funds are drawn down to the state and then utilized within our counties and cities throughout the state, from developing the application to receive the federal dollars, to the solicitations, the reporting and compliance requirements, as well as closeout training and overseeing committees and councils that assist us with this work. So in 2022, the grant awards that we provided were were 293, with just under $41 million going out to counties throughout the state. It's really investing in today and thriving tomorrow. And I'm just going to click on one of the counties. This is on our website on the homepage, and you can search every county and review that information. We'll pull up Allen County to show you that process. So each grant program that they received is listed along with a project description of how much they received for each of the grant programs. And then it also lists every county that those services are being provided in by the program receiving the particular grant award. And see from there, they receive Child Advocacy Center, family violence money, safe visitation program, state funding, Victims of Crime Act money. So that's just one example, and all counties are listed there to be able to show you that information. In the next slide, we'll be talking about last year, the Appropriation and Ways and Means Committee, her testimony about the decline in the federal VOCA Victims of Crime Act Victim Assistance Grant Program. These funds awarded to the state and what impacted the lack of funds will have on Kansas communities serving victims and survivors. With me today is Jill Stewart, our financial officer for the grants program, and she'll share with you the history, at least the last 8 years, and what Kansas has experienced in the increase in VOCA funding, as well as the decline in the last few years, and where the funds stand as of today. So I'll turn it over to Jill Stewart.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. As Julene said, my name is Jill Stewart, and I am the financial officer here within the Kansas Governor's Grants Program. And I was asked, as she also stated, to provide information to you all regarding the Federal Victims of Crime Act Victim Assistance Program in particular, and an update on its current status. So in order to do that, I feel like I do need to give you just a brief history and some backstory to lay the foundation for where we are today. The Federal Victims of Crime Act was enacted in 1984, and it established what is referred to as the Crime Victims Fund. The VOCA grant program is funded through collected federal criminal fines and fees and are deposited into that Crime Victims Fund. Through VOCA, that Crime Victims Fund is a primary resource of federal funds for crime victims services. And that includes domestic violence, sexual assault, child abuse, elder abuse, homicide, human trafficking, assault, gang violence, and that's really just to name a few. Although Congress does not appropriate the crime victim funds under VOCA, they do determine how much of the funds balance can be released for distribution each year. So for a number of years prior to 2015, Kansas's VOCA award had been right around a $4 million range. And because of the Crime Victims Fund balance having built up over a number of years, in 2015, Congress significantly raised the amount of funds that were released, which essentially quadrupled the awards that states had been receiving. Now, in preparing for that large increase, which we knew about a little ahead of time, the Governor's Grants Program did a survey of victim service provider agencies across Kansas to assess what their greatest needs were at that point in time. And rising to the top of that list were the need for additional full-time staff, or FTEs, to serve all the needs of crime victims that were being sought through their programs, as well as the ability to increase staff retention by providing better salaries and wages and more competitive benefits. And then another big priority was having funds to pay for increased training opportunities, again, to help increase that staff retention by providing additional education. So we incorporated those priorities into the application process and really feel like we were able to accomplish assisting agencies in filling a lot of those gaps. So what you see here on this slide really summarizes then what has occurred within the last couple of years. The Crime Victims Fund deposits, because they rely on criminal fines and fees, they do fluctuate. However, as would be expected, COVID's impact on the prosecutorial and court process led to notably fewer deposits into the Crime Victim Fund. Because the need for these VOCA-funded crime victim services only continue to grow, stakeholders worked with congressional leadership to pass 34 USC 20103, which is legislation that's commonly referred to as the VOCA fix. It became effective in July of 2021. And among other things, the VOCA fix aimed to find ways to increase deposits into the Crime Victims Fund by directing federal criminal settlements from non-prosecution and deferred prosecution agreements to be deposited into the Crime Victims Fund. So while the impact of the VOCA fix is promising, it is, however, believed that it will be a number of years before the balance in that fund can be built up to where it was around 2017. So here we have a bar graph to show you that represents how the federal VOCA awards made to Kansas fluctuated between 2014 and 2022. So you can see the quadrupling that I referred to between 2014 and 2015. And then after that point, pretty substantial fluctuations from one year to the next. Once awarded by the U.S. Department of Justice, Kansas has approximately 3 years to expend the funds. So because of that, we are able to leverage these fluctuations to a certain degree. And here I want to overlay a line graph that shows the amount of VOCA subgrants awarded across the state of Kansas. These subgrant award projects run from October to September of each year. As you can see, in 2015, we did prioritize funds to increase in meeting the needs that were identified in the survey that I described earlier, while continuing to be very cognizant that we don't fund so many new costs that they cannot be sustained from one year to the next. The concern now is that the news coming from the U.S. Department of Justice and the Office for Victims of Crime regarding the Crime Victims Fund balance is somewhat bleak. When there is a month where deposits increase, it seems to be followed by a month with fewer deposits. So really the bottom line is at this time, there's not a notable upward trend, and it's just very uncertain as to when that trend might begin to be seen. Last year, 67 VOCA subgrant recipients in Kansas provided services to over 80,000 crime victims in Kansas. So it is too soon for us to know what our 2013 federal award will be, or excuse me, 2023 federal award. If it were to be comparable to the 21 and 22 awards, we anticipate that we would need to decrease what is subgranted out by approximately 40%, or $8.8 million. And that would become effective in October of 2023. With that, I will just let you know that that's the end of my prepared remarks, and Julene and I are happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Jill. I guess one question, you said 80,000 victims a year?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Okay, and you work, these grants, they work through groups like Options and so forth, is this right?
Yes.
Okay. And do you distribute these according to the number of victims in that area, or how do you distribute your funds?
It is a competitive process. Existing subgrantees get priority, and we have a full application process in which the applicants prepare budgets and other information based on their needs.
And you awarded 293 of these grants for a total of $40,986,361 last year, correct? Or this year?
That is correct, but that includes all the various programs that we administer. So it includes VOCA, but it is not only VOCA.
So how much would just be BOCA? Just the
Last
chart?
year
Would that be just the number on the chart?
Yes, the 67 programs received about $22 million last year.
Because it looked like in 2022, you only brought in 12,811,531. So you have excess funds in an account to fill in the gaps?
For each of those federal awards, we have about a 3-year spending window. And actually another item that the VOCA fix legislation did was allow states to ask for extensions during the pandemic. So we do have another 12-month extension. So we really prioritize leveraging the funds so that we could sustain agencies and not have our subgrant award amounts ebb and flow to the extreme that the federal awards are fluctuating.
Okay, so 293 grants in 2022. Were there some grants that weren't funded on top of that?
There are always projects that are not funded. I don't have a number in front of me. It's a very small percentage, I can say, in relation to the total applications that are received.
Thank you. Other questions? Representative Wolfmore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm looking at the chart that you supplied us, and I can see the wild fluctuations, especially in 2018, going up to almost 30 million. You mentioned you had to, early on, add additional employees to keep up with the work. Do the VOCA grants allow for paying for any portion of staff to cover some of our costs for employees to administer these?
Yes, we do receive a percentage, administrative percentage, I believe it's 5% for VOCA funding that we use for administrative costs to hire staff and pay for staff to work on the VOCA grant.
That's
All of
good.
our federal grants pretty much have administrative costs that allow us to function.
Okay, I'm sure that's very helpful. And then, just out of curiosity, what caused the huge spike in 2018?
That was just a decision made by Congress to raise the cap that they follow in terms of what they authorize to be distributed from the fund.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Looking at that graph there, I see revenues decline 19, 20, 21. So what was the reasoning for the decline? Was that COVID because the courts were not in session? Or is that because of reduced sentencing and that kind of stuff? So could you enlighten me on that?
I'm not sure that we really know, but you raised a good point that courts probably were not in session, so those fines weren't being collected over time. And that's why they added what Jill described as the VOCA fix to try to help develop and regenerate that trust fund that built up over time. It's just not there yet. And so when they pushed it out in those years of getting the states the money, it didn't replenish what was given to the states to keep it at that level.
So,
I will say over time, VOCA has been around since the mid-90s, I believe, early 90s. And that trust fund built up so much. It was really advocates across the nation that said and pleaded with Congress to release that money back out to the states. And that's why we've seen from 4 million clear up to 29 million in a short period of time because of the advocacy work. Programs really needing that money within the states to assist victims and survivors.
okay, so this is the balance in the fund and not carryover. What is this figure here we're looking at? For instance, 2022, 12.8 million. Is that the
Figures
balance?
you are looking at is the formula the states received and how much based on census that each state would receive. So this is what Kansas received. That top number is what Kansas received each of those years.
But that has nothing to do with how much you actually have in that fund then.
No,
You have carryover balance. You don't expend it every year.
we have 3-year spending period, and so we do try to balance that out. Where we increased the number of subawards was when the 29 million occurred, where we were able to double the number of programs we funded.
So how much do you have in that fund now?
If you're referring to the Federal Crime Victims Fund, that is managed at the federal level, and it's coming close to, I want to say 200.
The last we heard.
Yeah, it's in the billions of dollars. Because if you can imagine, Kansas, these are, the awards to the states are based on a formula, and population is one of the primary factors of that formula. So, you know, the amount of funds awarded out of the Crime Victims Fund to the states and territories across the country really vary. And so what you're seeing is just what is released by Congress and then awarded to Kansas based on that formula. But the fund itself is billions of dollars.
And
Okay,
we
very good.
only
Thank you.
receive reimbursement, so we have to have an expenditure, then we're reimbursed for that expenditure. So that 29 million wasn't sent to Kansas at that time. We were just awarded it on paper and then reimbursed as we had those expenditures.
Senator Hawk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Clarification on my part. This is strictly federal crimes, and it's not people who are necessarily convicted, but settlements and plea agreements and non-prosecution or deferred agreements. Is that right?
Yes.
So
That
what
is correct.
happens to the funds if a person or a group is convicted and there is some kind of a fine in court? Where does that money go? Not into this fund? This is
That I
strictly,
cannot answer.
this is
I don't
strictly
know.
plea agreements, is that right?
Plea agreements, restitution, usually it's the large corporations where there's been a fine. Early on, I believe where the states released a lot of money, there was the pharmaceuticals that there was some major fines with pharmaceutical companies that were paid. And so it really varies how much goes in. The standard kind of criminal who is ordered to pay a fine sometimes pay and sometimes doesn't. And I'm not sure
So they might
rely
be
on it.
convicted in court and ordered to pay.
They have to be convicted.
And you probably don't know this. What do we do with our district courts or local courts or state courts where we have similar things? I assume that money just goes into the judicial budget.
I can't answer that because I believe that was changed a number of years ago, so I'm not sure where that's deposited.
It's kind of interesting, and I assume this is not all the settlement money that comes from every federal prosecution. For example, the Attorney General got a large amount of money on the opioid settlements, and I don't think that money's in here. Is that correct?
Yeah, I can't answer that, but if there was settlement to the state, that would go to the state through the Attorney General's office and the legislature.
So that's
State
different.
was being reimbursed. That wouldn't go through this fund.
So that clarifies for me that if it's large corporations, why there might be a fairly large amount of money. I wondered what a typical federal crime might be that would result in somebody being able to pay. You know, I'm guessing an individual may have some kind of a potential plea agreement or a settlement, but they may not have the resources to pay what it is they're ordered to pay. I could see how a corporation, is there a typical kind of a crime that actually puts money into this fund? I'm just trying to get a handle on that.
I couldn't answer that. I'm not sure that we received that information. We could find out if you'd like to know, but
Yeah.
couldn't answer that today.
I always like to know the source of the golden egg, what the likelihood of it continuing to come. Thank you. Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, ladies. We appreciate you being here today.
Thank you.
Next, we will have a presentation of recommendations of the Governor's Wildfire Task Force, and we'll have Secretary Mike Beam, Secretary of Agriculture, on Zoom. Mike, are you there? Secretary's on there. Committee, we may recess for a couple minutes if someone wants to use the facilities. Is Secretary Beam on yet?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mike, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Good morning. I was asked to give a little bit of an update on where we're at with the Governor's Wildfire Task Force. There should be a couple pages that was prepared in advance, but we've met 4 times since we started meeting in July. We actually have another meeting scheduled for July 5th. And I anticipate at least one follow-up after that. And on my prepared comments is a list of the task force members. And I think you'll see that we have many of those entities, both private and public, a lot of local units of government that are have a role to play in wildfires, including mitigation. So we've had some good discussion. We've talked about mitigation, weather monitoring, response plans, mapping, and really a lot about challenges to local firefighter and entities. So we still haven't completed the recommendations, and those recommendations that we've tentatively put a mark on, we need to refine those. But I included, I think, seven areas that we've seemed to have a lot of consensus on. The first one, it kind of came to our attention that there are different entities using different systems out there to determine what type of a risk we have as planning in advance. And some states use this National Fire Danger Rating System, and that uses real-time weather data primarily. And we have that Mesonet system here across Kansas, and so we want to suggest that we at least tentatively to see if there's a way of expanding and supporting that, and having that danger rating system be more adapted and utilized by all those who are looking ahead for when we're in the most risk. Also, there's a lot more wildfires out there than what I ever envisioned. But what I've learned is that not all are reported to the state fire marshal, and there is an advantage of having complete and full, robust data on those fires. I think maybe it gives us some opportunity for grants and other reasons. So we've just generally talked about, is there some kind of incentive, if nothing else, encouragement that local fighting emergency managers, if they'd make sure to report those, even though it might be 40, 80 acres. It's good to have that data. We talked about some mutual aid information. So when there is a fire, your local firefighting entities, if it looks like they need help, a lot of times they'll queue the system to see what's available. And all firefighting entities, I think most of them have provided information into this database as to if a fire broke out, this is what they would have available. And I think a lot of them probably keep that updated. But we're wanting to take a look at, can that be maybe a little more robust and more timely? And so that'll be working with local firefighters and Kansas Division of Emergency Management to see if we can make that a little more robust. Some states use this mutual aid box alarm system. So you may have all of your resources that each firefighting unit has, but you may only want to oblige maybe one fire truck, for example. And so there would be some way of timely having that information available. We talked about our volunteer firefighting workforce. I think they said about 80% of our firefighters in Kansas are volunteers. And some states have tried to make some incentives for volunteer firefighters, maybe an income tax credit. But more importantly, what our firefighters have told us and emergency managers have told us on the task force is that they're hearing that, if they could have more support or encouragement from employers to, number one, support and encourage some of their employees to be trained and be considered as local firefighters. Two, that they would have the ability and be encouraged to take the training, while being paid. And then, of course, third, that they would feel like they could break away if need to in a fire. So we don't have any specific recommendations, but it is one that would come back repeatedly, as since 80% of our firefighters are volunteers. If there's something we can do to encourage and support them, that would be beneficial. That fifth item, the group did make at least a tentative endorsement of a fairly robust enhancement to the Kansas Forest Service. The Kansas Forest Service provides a lot of the actual firefighting backup that locals may need. And so we've got a draft, and it was actually a $3.5 million enhancement. So I've got a little more specifics on it, and we've forwarded that to the Office of Budget and the Governor's Office. But it kind of came in pretty late, and that was basically because of the timing of our task force. So I don't know, how much time and consideration it's been given. But as we wrap up our report, which hopefully will be, by the end of January, maybe we can have a little more information about that, and maybe we'd have different phases that you all could consider. The sixth thing on the list is we've kind of wrung our hands on this. We still don't have the answer or suggestions, but it appears just even by photos that have been submitted that we have a lot of what I call secondary power lines that may go to different entities, such as oil and gas wells is one example. And some of those are aged, poles aren't in very good conditions, the wires are loose, and there's a feeling by some that may be one of our biggest risks of starting a fire when we get high wind conditions. So we're continuing to do some research and reach out to different entities to see what who's responsible, who has the ability to make sure that we make sure those power lines are at least up to some standards. And the last item, this probably goes as much for recovery as anything, but there's considerable federal dollars that are available to help after a fire. But in many cases, those require a non-federal match. And a lot of these small units of government, of course, would not have a lot of resources for that. So there's been, kind of a general thought about if there was a fund available that could help local units of government when they're trying to recover from a major fire, they could possibly leverage that and use it as a non-federal match to get the federal funds in. We had an example of one case down by Ashland where they were able to, I think the state fire marshal, or excuse me, the Forest Service might have had a few funds available, and they were able to do some pretty good mitigation around that city because they were able to leverage some federal funds. The other thing I'd say is we did issue a couple news releases encouraging people, the general public for that matter, to go on a specific website and offer their suggestions or their concerns. I think we probably received maybe 25 or so comments. I haven't looked lately, but we'll pull those together again before our next meeting. A lot of them are pretty specific. Some of them are maybe on track. Others took that opportunity, to just basically, complain about the impact of these wildfires and the severity and the conditions we're in because we're so dry almost all across the state. But it's been good education for me, if nothing else, Mr. Chairman, because, getting all these entities in a room, and we've had strong participation. This is a busy group, and trying to find a day where you can get most of the people there is very, very difficult. But I've enjoyed learning from others and seeing each other converse. And I would just close by saying that there's two of you, as you probably saw, the two legislators that are present there today on this task force, and I appreciate their support and participation. So I'd sure happy to respond to any questions, and more importantly, if you have suggestions that you would like the task force to look at here before we wrap up, I would certainly welcome that.
Thank you, Mike. Representative Waymaster.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Secretary, for being here and actually for being the chair of the Governor's Wildfire Task Force. As you're aware, the 4-county fire encompassed 2 counties in my district, and I was heavily involved with things that were going on the day of December 15th when those fires occurred, and also the days after. And in fact, I have always commended you. I called you on a Sunday afternoon, and you were readily available, and we had issues that we had to address, and that was one of the main objectives, I thought, of the Wildfire Task Force is how can we have a more compelling paradigm of how we address a wildfire event as far as a state level, and perhaps on the meeting on January 5th, we will actually construct some type of a response method in regards to how do we get state resources out to those affected areas if there is a wildfire event. Senator Hawk and I were just discussing that on the last meeting that we had on November 18th. Actually, we were not there for different reasons. In fact, Senator Bellinger and I were at a fiscal leaders symposium, and I was flying back. And so looking at some of the recommendations, obviously I've been part of some of the conversations on those. However, on the 5th one, that was something, and I think you mentioned it was kind of late in the day when that one was brought up. And it says that it was in strong support of a unanimous vote. Had I been at that meeting, it would not have been a unanimous vote. And the reason why I say that is because I think this is outside the purview of what we're supposed to be focusing on in the task force. I don't think the main purpose of the Governor's Wildfire Task Force is to be asking for money. If we are to be asking for money, it's to set up and construct that route or that paradigm of how the state is going to address the wildfire event, if there happens to be one in the state of Kansas, which we have discussed most likely will happen again. And I've actually talked to some members who were sitting on the task force, and they felt compelled to vote for it. However, they did not support it either. So I just think it was, I don't want to say disingenuous of the Kansas Forest Service to ask for a 5 times increase on what they're getting right now. But I would say I don't think this is what we were supposed to be challenged with in regards to the Governor's Wildfire Task Force. And I will publicly say that when I'm at the meeting on January 5th, because this is not, in my opinion, appropriate of what we were challenged with. Like I said, I think we were supposed to be trying to set up some type of response method from the state, and actually having one entity that was going to be the entity in charge, and then those other entities from the state would fall under them in case I would hope we don't have an event like we did in December 15th of 2021 in my area of the state. However, like as you mentioned with the drought conditions, and we just had some pretty strong winds going through the state in the last week, it's going to happen again. And I don't think there's going to be some mitigation on how we can protect our citizens and try to put some parameters into place on risk management. But I think we also understand the fact that it's going to occur again. And I think we need to focus more on what the state's response is going to be. Because as you're aware, there were many questions that I had for you when I called you on that Sunday afternoon. And you went and you either had the information right there and then I could relay that back to the constituents that were affected in my district, or you found the information readily quickly, and then I was able to respond back. And I think that's where the focus needs to be, is how can the state better respond to a wildfire event across the state of Kansas, and not necessarily be asking for additional dollars for one particular agency, especially when they also received money from the bipartisan infrastructure bill that was passed by the federal government, which we had a briefing on that at our last legislative budget committee meeting, which I don't think the task force members were aware that they were receiving federal dollars in regard specifically for wildfires. So I will make those comments known on January 5th. But I want to thank you for being chair of the Governor's Wildfire Task Force. And I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Other questions? Senator Hawk.
Thank you, Chairman Millinger. We've had great discussions on the topic of how we fund wildfire suppression, et cetera, and response. I have mixed feelings about it, Representative Waymaster. I do think we have been largely underfunded of the Forest Service, and I do think they're a critical ingredient of how we dispatch people and have equipment and do some of the suppression things that we need to do in terms of wildfires. And they've managed a contract with the tanker. They've also managed to get some of the aviation support. And it's really a team effort between KDEM and the State Fire Marshal and the Forest Service primarily, along with what has been our practice of local control of those fires. But when they cross boundaries or they get out of hand, we have to be able to respond faster. So I don't know what the right amount of money is, but it's essentially been totally funded with grants and came out of K-State's budget. And we had kind of an interesting debate a couple years ago about what we needed to do to get more of them on the ground. So I think it's a legitimate thing to talk about. I do agree with you that there are a lot of other issues that this task force needs to address, but I think somewhere down the line, somebody's going to have to address really what is the right way to do that. And it is good that there is some extra money, but there was some misinformation in terms of some of those federal dollars that might be coming through transportation too. So it's a complex issue. I would not like to kick it out of hopefully the report. I'm just one voice, but I do think we have a lot of ideas that I've been very pleased serving on the task force, hearing the local people bring forward, and I totally agree with you that we've got to be in a better position to deal with, and we are going to have more wildfires when we're in a drought, and they don't really come none of them come at a good time. So thanks for your comments, but I still want to think about what are we going to do to have this critical ingredient in there. So see you later. Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Mike. Appreciate you being here today.
Thank you very much. Good luck.
Next, we'll have an update on the Digital Transformation Fund. Andy Schlepp, Executive Director of the Government Relations and Strategy for Wichita State University. Andy, welcome committee.
Slow going. I hurt my back on Thanksgiving making dinner for my family, and I'm old, so it still hurts. So I'm glad I got up here. Sitting in the car for 2 hours getting up here in the rain was not helpful either, but thanks for having me. I want to talk about a couple of projects we've done in digital transformation, but I wanted to take a little bit of time in this presentation if you afford me that time, and you can tell me to move on or interrupt and ask questions anytime you want. I'm open to that as well. What is digital transformation? And digital transformation has been in the industrial age we've been in since 1979. And I think the unfortunate part for Kansas is we've been slow to realize that. And I just wanted to take some time and talk about when we go talk to industry, what industry is saying they need for this new world that we're in. And in fact, we're actually transitioning to what they call Industry 4.0, which is moving beyond digital transformation. And we need to be ready for those investments as well. So anyway, take a time, the vision and mission of the Wichita State University. We really want to focus on two things in what we do, right? We're an urban public serving research university that solves community problems. When we talk to industry and the community, there's two things they want. They want to live in a state that's growing, and so companies moving in and a growing economy, and that they want jobs. And how do we do those together? So that's really what WSU does every day as we start to think about new things, is how can we grow the economy and how can we create jobs to help grow Kansas? So if we look at this third industrial revolution, and you turn the page, I wanted to just give you an example of what digital transformation is because it applies to every industry sector in Kansas. Agriculture is going to improve its productivity, not by having more people work in the fields, but having the ability to get real-time data to tractors so it knows where to plant the seed, when to plant the seed, and how deep to plant that seed. That's going to improve productivity of 2 or 3%. The other thing that we did is our molecular diagnostic laboratory. So wonderful scientists come up with a way to test for COVID, right? And we all know the PCR test, you would turn in for a PCR test and you'd have to wait 7 or 10 days to get a result from that PCR test. Well, in South Central Kansas, when you have more manufacturing jobs per capita than any other place in the country, you don't get to go work at home and continue to manufacture aircraft. And if you're not manufacturing aircraft, then those companies have to figure out where they can manufacture aircraft. So it's not good for Kansas to say, oh, go home for 2 weeks. So the molecular diagnostic lab was going in then to healthcare, a current cluster that we have, and bringing digital transformation ideas to them to how you can create high throughput. And what we were able to do with that technology was then do 20,000 PCR tests a day. And I'm just telling you, if I got my test there at 6 o'clock in the morning, by 10 o'clock that morning, I knew if I was positive or negative for COVID. And that allowed all these manufacturing companies to make real-time decisions about who can come to work and who can't come to work. And I'm going to tell you, it's very hard because that disrupts all of the bureaucracy and all the systems that we have in place. And the healthcare providers are going to say, you can't do that, because we have a piece of paper that says they have to go home for 14 days, regardless of what that test is. So that's really the struggle we're dealing as we go through this new world. We're going to get information faster, better, and quicker, but we've got systems in place that slow down that decision-making process. And what do we do to fix that? So if you look at the next page, where do we focus our efforts? I found this fascinating. And I can bring data to show you what's happened in Wichita with the slow growth in the manufacturing world. Since 1979, so the last 40 years, every net new job in America, every single one, 100% are in technology. So when people are hiring and creating new jobs, they're creating new jobs in technology. That's in agriculture, that's in energy, that's in healthcare, it's in manufacturing. All the new jobs are in technology. We just had a new bank double its size. They're not hiring any finance officers. They're hiring people who know how to run server farms, because the server farms are the ones that give you the data you need to make those financial decisions. So just need to, as we were saying, what do we need to focus on? If 100% of something's happening, that's probably a good area to focus, right? The industry sectors we looked at: advanced materials, manufacturing, aerospace, agriculture, energy, IT, transportation, logistics, and healthcare. When you bring them into the room and you say, what are the issues you're dealing with? Everyone starts with taxes are too high and there's too many regulations, right? But as you have a real conversation with them and you break down what really is going to allow them to grow in the future, there are two things. A, every single industry is scared to death of this digital transformation that's coming because they're afraid they're going to invest in the wrong infrastructure. And we've seen that happen too many times where all of a sudden this is the new thing and 6 months later it's no longer what's necessary. So we need help in what do we invest in so we can compete in this new world. But number two is, where's the workforce that knows how to do that new technology that will allow us to grow? And that was prevalent through all 7. If we were to take away, right, just like 100% of all net new jobs are in technology, every single cluster came down to where's this workforce and what's the technology we invest in. And I just want to take a step back and go back 130, 140 years and talk about why infrastructure is so important, and then bring it back to digital transformation. If we look at the first industrial revolution and the railroads coming through Kansas, here's what happened. Because I'm originally from New York and believe it in New Jersey, and believe it or not, we have farms there in Pennsylvania and all of that, but there's a lot of trees and there's a lot of rocks. And I look at that now and say, how did these people back then with no mechanization remove rocks, remove trees, and get this ground ready to be plowed to create a crop. And then you have these railroads coming through Kansas, and all these farmers that have been working their ass off, right, trying to get these fields, they come through Kansas and say, there's no trees, it's flat, there's no rocks. I could be producing product here really quickly. So here's what happened in Kansas when the railroads came through. You turn the page. We went from having almost none of the US population living in Kansas to 3% of the United States population living in Kansas. Infrastructure that was here, that new infrastructure the railroads made available to people, and look what happened to Kansas. 3% of the US population lived here. Now, that number of people that have lived here has never gone down, but we've stopped growing as a state compared to the rest of the country. So we were at, in 1890, almost 3% of the US population lived here. And today we're at 0.82% of the US population, and it's going down faster than it's ever gone before. Again, we're bigger. Agriculture is still huge. It doesn't mean it went away. What it means is the rest of the country is growing at a much faster clip than what Kansas is. And so the question really becomes, where do we invest future dollars so that we have the infrastructure for what these companies want? Again, the next page, I have these 5 circles. I've kind of said this and I won't spend a lot of time. If our goal is to grow the economy and create jobs, what's that infrastructure we need to invest in? And then what's that partnership with industry to develop programs and training programs and degree programs and certificates that actually serve the needs of business and industry? And then where do you get that talent pipeline? And what we really think at Wichita State that we're doing pretty well is applied learning, where students actually go to work for these companies while they're going to school 2, 3, 4 years. And when they graduate, they don't only have a degree, but they work for that company 3 or 4 years and actually helping those companies making that transition into this digital world. So I was asked today to come talk about digital transformation. We have 3 projects you guys funded last year. It was the NIAR Works, actually 2 projects, but 3 pots of money. The NIAR Works program, which is the MRO, which is transitioning commercial aircraft into freighter aircraft. And people always say, how is that digital transformation? And it's digital transformation, just like it is with railroads, are still necessary today. People are sitting at home and ordering more and more product, having it delivered to their house. And even when you go to stores, it's been my frustration this Christmas season, I go in and say, I want this. And I went to the store because I wanted it right now. I didn't want to wait. And they go, oh, we don't carry that in stock anymore, but we can order it online for you and have it delivered to you. So the amount of product that's moving because of this digital transformation is huge. And the aircraft and the way they were moving product has to change. So really, we're looking at 777s. And for those of you that have been down to Wichita to see them, those are gigantic. I can't say the word. Is that right? Gigantic. Does that mean big? Yeah, they're big. So that we can move more product around to smaller places so they can distribute those products. So the NIAR Works program was the first. And the other thing we did, again, from an applied learning standpoint, we went out with industry gave us the money. And we went out and said, hey, if you would come work for NIAR Works, we will pay for you to go to school. We'll pay you to work on the line and train you. And so you get an A&P mechanics license. Now, instead of 2 years, it takes 3, and you work during the day. And the thing they have to sign is that they'll work at NIAR Works for 2 years after they graduate. And then we hope they stay, and many of them are. But that's really, again, from an applied learning standpoint, that's what we're doing in the NIAR Works program. The $7 million we got this year, we spent on quality systems maintenance processes and software to improve how we make those design changes in the aircraft. And I can get into more details about that if you want. That was $2.5 million. Mod and maintenance tooling, again, once you know what you do and how you're going to do that, what are the tools that you need, and then facility upgrades and enhancements. And for those that have been down there, we had 1 hangar. The 2nd hangar just went online, and there's a 3rd hangar being built. There would be a 4th hangar added, and then as those get filled, that's when we move to Salina. As Salina gets filled, that's when we'll move to Topeka. There's 2 slides of that in there. The other project is the Wichita Biomedical Campus, which is a partnership with WSU and KU. It's going to be a 470,000 square foot building, $300 million project. On the next page, if you look, you'll see what we tried to show is if you did a 100-mile circle between the KU Medical School and where we're talking in downtown Wichita, that's with the coverage of Kansas. That's almost 90% of the Kansas population are in those two circles. So you cover a lot of the state by having these two medical centers. The reason, when we first started talking about the Innovation Campus, there's two things that we wanted to have. One was having NetApp or some company that was in this IT world that we could start to bring infrastructure to these other companies. And number two was looking at healthcare. It's the largest employer. What do we do? And so one of the things we realized after 2008 was that there was only, of the top 100 metropolitan areas, there was only two that weren't growing after the Great Recession. One was Wichita, one was Albuquerque. And if you said, what was the one distinguishing factor of why those two aren't growing? It's because they didn't have a medical health care center at their core. And so really that became a focus of what we knew we needed to have. A, to improve service for the people in Kansas, but B, that's another economic engine that you need to have, again, as we're talking about this digital transformation. How do you take healthcare that you currently have and bring it into the 21st century? So I have some points there of what we're doing, and I'd be glad to talk more about that as well. The two pots of money we had there, we had $10 million that was given to us with a dollar-for-dollar match that's sitting in the Office of Recovery. I think we just had the $10 million put in the budget last week. We're still having a conversation about how we can draw down the money. The match is kind of problematic. A lot of times when we're dealing with the feds, match can be in-kind services that go towards this project. We're kind of being told it has to be new money that you haven't raised previous to getting that money. And it has to be spent by the June 30th of next year. It's going to be real hard for us to find $10 million in cash in a 6-month period of time and have it spent. So we're still having conversations with them. The other $25 million is sitting in commerce. And again, we're trying to figure out what the rules of engagement of what we need to do to get that money. So neither one of those pots have moved yet. But I also want you guys to know that that's our big ask from WSU and KU for this coming session is to get funding for that health science center. So we'll have plenty of time to have that conversation. And on the last 2 pages of my presentation, again, as I talk about these big ideas, or at least I think they're big ideas, they may not be, these partners, these are the partners that are actually on the Innovation Campus that hire our students. So it's not all the people we work with, but those are the ones that have decided to have some type of a presence on our campus. And then we kept getting asked what the return on investment was. And to me, this is really the key. If you look on the first graph on that last page, since 2017, we've grown to 6,000 students having applied learning opportunities with a payroll of $28 million. And we expect that to continue to grow as we partner with businesses. And that makes college more affordable for those people that are working. And actually, I think it's better than a scholarship because you're actually learning something and it's teaching you time management and so many things. Secondly, if you look since 2015, our research awards have grown from $54 million to this year it's going to be $270 million. And we just signed a $100 million contract with the Army DOD to help out of Detroit to help with them modernizing all their ground vehicles in the Army. Our total enrollment has also grown. We're just under 22,000 right now. But more importantly, as we did the Shocker Cities, and you helped us do this, is where we offer in-state tuition along I-35 corridor, I-70, I-80 now as well. We had 1,400 students doing that. That continues to grow. But here's the exciting part. We just had the first group graduate. And we were hoping when we did this to have about 20% stay in Kansas. And then the rest would go home and we'd have trading partners and again, try to figure out how to get more businesses here. 49% of the graduates stayed in Kansas because of that applied learning model. So much more successful than what we were doing. So to me, this last page is just, we think we're focusing on the right things. And these are the graphs that let us know that we are. And I want to make sure you guys are aware of that. And I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you, Andy. Questions? Do you have one? Representative Kaufman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and don't shoot me for this, but so the $10 million that we give to NIAR, that we've given for I don't know, it's been about a decade maybe? Is that right? NIR has grown to a multi-million-dollar industry now. When do you think that that $10 million that I always thought was seed money that the state put in can be either reallocated to something else or not needed anymore from the state?
So here's what I would say here's what that $10 million done. So it's two pots. One was a deal you made with Spirit for them to keep their research people here. That's $5 million of that. The other $5 million is with seed money for NIR. But both of those don't go to NIR. We give you a report every year. They actually go to the aviation industry. And what it allows the aviation industry to do is then say, what are these projects that we all can do research together as opposed to doing it separately? And so what you're seeing with the growth of NIR is that investment that allows these companies to work together to do research, then forces them to do additional research to bring dollars into Kansas. So if we didn't have that $5 million there, then we would not get what we've gotten, which is additional investment, because they buy in and then they go, well, we have $20 million worth of projects, we're only getting 5. We got to figure out how to fund another 15. So I would say, right, and you would expect me to say this, but I think it's true. It's very valuable that it's not the university doing, it's industry saying that's what's important. That other $5 million was when Spirit was talking about where do we build our research lab, and that was under the Brownback administration, that was part of their incentive package for them to stay here.
Okay. I just,
Sure.
you know, it's always.
It's a fair question.
Comes up every year, and so I'd maybe like to talk more about it.
Absolutely, and would love to, right? And again, we want to make sure, right, if the money's not in the right place and it's not doing what it's supposed to do, then we shouldn't get it.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Seeing none, Andy, I just want to go back just a little bit on this new money that's kind of being held up.
Yep.
Maybe when we start session here in January, maybe that's one of the first things we need to look at is, you know, like an in-kind type match or something like that. So
That'd be wonderful.
we'll try to get you on the schedule early on so we can get some of these things fixed.
Sure, it's hard, right? When we did our MDL lab, it was the same thing with the county. You get all these federal rules and they change all the time, and everyone's worried about the clawback. So I think it's much more about making sure the money's spent correctly than anything else. But at some point in time, the clock is ticking, and you're going to get to a point where you're not going to be able to spend the money within the time frame allotted.
Well, we'll get you in early in the
appreciate that.
session. So with no other questions, thank you for being here today. I hope your back gets better.
You don't need to see me walking around like this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we will have a review of the unemployment insurance certification. J.G. Scott, Director of Legislative Research. J.G., welcome committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thought we'd step back for just a moment and give you a little reminder on how we got here. And I'll break this up into maybe like 3 different little parts. First, we'll talk about, 21, House Bill 2021, House Bill 2195, kind of what it set up, the council, what it had to do, and then what has to happen after that. So House Bill 2021 House Bill, I'm starting. House Bill 2196 actually set up the Unemployment Compensation Modernization Improvement Council. And they were tasked with a few things. But one of the things that bill did was it authorized a $250 million transfer from federal coronavirus relief fund dollars to the UI trust fund. It also then transferred $250 million to the Legislature Employment Security Fund within the LCC, and could have some more funding available if the audit that was done, which we'll talk about in just a minute, indicated more. It also then authorized an audit to determine the amount of improper payments that were made. The council was set up to determine the amount needed to transfer from the LCC fund to the UI trust fund based on those improper payments. It identified those improper payments. Once that was done, it was kind of a convoluted process to get to where we are now. But the council had to determine the amount of improper payments and to report that to the director of the budget. Then the director of the budget was to certify an amount and send that to the LCC. The LCC then was to report that information to the Legislative Budget Council, who was supposed to then make a recommendation to the LCC on the amount to transfer. The amount that the Legislative Budget Committee could recommend in that transfer is limited to the amount of improper payments that was identified in the audit. So you can't transfer more than what the audit had identified. And any balance that is not recommended to be transferred will sit in that LCC fund until legislation is passed to do something with that money. So there was $250 million in that fund. The council recommended a transfer of $108 million from the Legislative Employment Security Fund to the director of the budget. And if you look on your attachments, you should see a document that looks like this. The column that you can look at is, of the first two columns, the high amount at the very bottom identifies a total of $466 million that they identified in improper payments that was made. Then if we step back up to that middle section, it'll say new estimate, the net estimate, I'm sorry. And you carry that over to that same high column. It identifies $174 million from federal payments and $292 million in state funds. So of the $466 million, $292 million was from state funds. So that's what they identified in this process. They also then identified this document that looks like this, that identified an additional $65.9 million in improper payments. This the $65.9 million, it did not break out how much of that was from state and how much of that was from federal programs. So what the council did is decided to add the $65.9 million, and they rounded that up to $66 million, along with the $292 million in state funds that was identified, for a total of $108 million in additional payments. So the total amount that they're identified was $358 million to be transferred. And if we remember correctly, we already had $250 million in those payments, improper payments, from the very beginning. So the budget director then reviewed this same information, and he needed to certify a transfer that he suggested to the LCC. And that is the third document that you have, which is that certification from the budget director. It identifies a total of $357.9 million. He did not round the extra $100 million. So he identified that $357.9 million as those total improper payments. He did note that the $65.9 million probably included some federal payments as well as state. We have not received anything identifying what that split would be. So at the time, the council hadn't either. They did talk about the transfer amount and how much of that they would estimate. But since there wasn't any identification of how much of that was federal and how much of that state, like I had mentioned earlier, they chose to assume that all of it was state funds. So that's how they came up with the total amount of $358 million, an additional transfer from this legislative fund of $108 million. So everybody has agreed so far that it's around that $358 million, an additional payment of 108 or 107.9 million. So the next step would be for the Legislative Budget Committee to make that recommendation to the LCC on the amount to transfer. And like I said, the amount that was in that fund is $250 million. If there is a transfer of around $108 million, $142 million around approximately would be remaining in that fund. That would take legislative action to do anything with that in some type of an appropriation bill. So one of the things that the council had identified is a $20 million reserve based on changes that may happen. There will be $142 million-ish, depending on your recommendation, left in that fund. So it could be used for anything that the coronavirus money could be used for, but it would take legislative action to spend the rest of that. So real quick, the council identified a total amount, 358 million, those two sources. So the total new money from the state would be 108. The budget director certified up to 107.9, depending on what you want to do with the $65.9 million that was not identified to be transferred. So quick summary, then it's up to this committee to make a recommendation to the LCC on an amount to transfer.
Thank you, JG. So the 65.9 million, why, you said it was identified in the supplement, but we're not taking that in consideration?
That, I'm sorry if I wasn't clear. Yeah, the amount that was identified, if we go back to this page, was 292 million from the state fund, 174 million from federal funds, 292 from the state, totaling that $466 million. If we take the 292 and then add this almost $66 million, that gets you up to the total of 357.9 or 358 million. So it is.
Oh, it's already in there. Okay, that's why I thought you said it wasn't.
In the original audit, it was identified separately.
Right, that's, okay. Just wanted to make sure on that. Other questions? Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to clarify. So the law says we're bound by the total amount. So we can't as a committee say, no, we want to give 200, put 200. The 108 is the highest. We can go bound by the law, right?
The way I read the law, that would be correct. It is up to the amount that's included in the audit.
Okay, that's what I thought. I just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
Any other questions? Representative Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this may be totally out of, what is the balance left in our unemployment fund now?
Took a quick look earlier, and it's between $1 billion and $1.1 billion. So, and that's approximately what it was before we hit.
That was what we started in the pandemic with, about $1 billion.
Yeah.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Any other questions? Representative Waymaster.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the budget director has certified that 107.9 million.
Correct.
Would need to be transferred.
Correct.
Okay, so, well, Mr. Chairman, I would make the recommendation to the Legislative Coordinating Council that we recommend the transfer of funds of 107.9 million, because this funding is critical support for those who have become unemployed and to mitigate any additional tax burdens on the Kansas employer while they recover from the economic downturn associated with the COVID-19 pandemic. So I would make the recommendation to the LCC for $107.9 million.
And we have a second by Representative Carpenter. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, JG. Representative Carpenter.
It probably doesn't need to be said, but this is all money that's paid in by employers. So just FYI.
Okay, next we'll have an update on the Board of Indigenous Defense Services bids. Heather Cessna, Executive Director of Bids. Heather, welcome to committee.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the invitation to be here today and talk about our salaries. I don't actually get a chance very often to come and have good things to say that are positive, so this is exciting to be here this morning. First of all, obviously last year, the legislature and the governor decided to make a very significant investment in our salaries for our public defender staff and public defender attorneys. And that has had a very positive impact on our turnover rates. As you all may remember from our budget discussions last year, our conversations during that period of time were relatively dire. We had a significant amount of turnover. Last year, we were losing 1 out of every 5 public defenders during the fiscal year 2022. We also had a substantial number of open positions that were vacant during our budget discussions last year, in part because as we were trying to fill those positions, we were continuing to lose more people faster than we could fill those empty positions. The implementation of both the 5% salary increase as well as the specific bids salary increase that we received last year at the beginning of essentially July of this past beginning of this fiscal year has really had a substantial impact. It has taken our turnover rate and dropped it down substantially. We knew when we were having that turnover rate of 1 out of every 5 public defenders last year that it was primarily related to pay issues. That was a combination of the exit interviews that we were seeing from our employees as they were leaving. It was also a combination of the survey that we were getting back from our employee survey about why they were leaving. Half of those people that were leaving were going to prosecutors' offices and specifically doing so for higher pay. Since July, we have had very little turnover, and the turnover that we're seeing is not generally pay related. It is, the kinds of things that you would normally expect to see where people have, retirements or people's family are moving or those sorts of things that, every agency has. And so that's been a very significant impact. We also, because of the pay scale adjustment, have been able to
begin filling our vacant positions. We had a substantial number of vacant positions last year. We are actually to the point now where we are essentially starting to run out of vacant positions to fill. I do have to give a specific shout out to our Special Projects Director, who's here in the audience with me today, Ann Sagan, whose main project has been recruitment into those vacant positions. And she's done an excellent job of expanding our recruitment efforts outside of Kansas. We're recruiting people from all over the United States to come in and fill some of those public defender positions. We still have some work to do. One of the conversations that we had last year during our budget discussions was that obviously this significant pay scale adjustment was only going to be as good as we could continue it going forward. That if we continue to allow our pay rates to stagnate and not sort of keep up with that progress going forward, that we were going to lose that momentum and lose that benefit as years go forward. To that end, we have included in our budget that you'll see this coming spring, a $600,000 request for our next step of our budget process to get our salaries moved along the current fiscal year 2023 pay scales that we have in place, so that our attorneys and our staff can continue to sort of move along that pay scale adjustment. The other thing is that we're still working to gain pay parity with prosecutors. Obviously, we're not able to quite attain that with the pay scale adjustment that we received this year, and we are currently in the process of going back and updating our pay scale information for key prosecutors' offices across the state at the countywide level, so that hopefully not this year during this budget session, but next year during next year's budget session, we will be able to come back with additional information on pay parity with prosecutors and have more discussions of that. I will tell you, though, that with this adjustment that we got this last year, any adjustment that we're asking to make in future years for pay parity with prosecutors should be a considerably less substantial amount, because we have made the progress that we've made this last year. As I said, we do have work to continue doing in years forward, but I think this has been a very important start. It has had a huge impact on the quality of life for our staff and our public defenders. It has had a huge impact on our retention and our recruitment. And hopefully we continue that progress going forward. So I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Heather. So how many vacant positions do you have now?
We currently have 28 vacant positions, and 28 vacant positions we're defining as positions that we don't have any candidates to fill yet. 12 of those are actually on hold that we're not actually hiring for just this moment, because we're looking for some lease space for some of those and redefining a couple of those positions. So, and then there's a number of investigator positions that are open that we're looking for current candidates for. We do have a number of positions that are filled, but those candidates haven't started yet. So we're not counting those as vacant, because those have committed candidates.
So how many total people how many positions do you have total?
That total number off the top of my head, that we have 244 total positions in the agency.
244? Okay.
Yeah.
And about 28 of them are open.
About 28 of them are open, and 12 of those are not currently being advertised for, but should be very soon. Mm-hmm.
So it looks like you've done a really good job in recruiting.
Yeah, most of those have been young attorneys fresh out of law school or relatively young. We are having a little more trouble recruiting those experienced attorneys to replace a lot of the experienced people that we've lost. And that is where we're having more issues with not quite having that pay parity with other prosecutors' offices, is we want to both retain those experienced people in future years, but also there's the opportunity there to bring some of those experienced people back into our agency if we could be more competitive on that range.
And what was the lady's name still in the recruiting?
Ann Sagan, she's here in the audience with us.
And we may ask you to share with some other agencies, because it looks like you're doing a great job, and some of the agencies are really struggling. So maybe you got some good ideas for them. Maybe we'll... Thank you.
Always happy to share.
Question? Representative Wolfmore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is more of a comment than a question. So you mentioned pay period with prosecutors, which I absolutely think so. But the reality is local governments are having trouble keeping their prosecutors because they're underpaid. So that's just a step there.
Well, and certainly, I know some prosecutors' offices are having more trouble than others, obviously, because everybody's a little bit different on the pay scale range. I think that goes to show, though, that when we're losing people from our agency to go to prosecutors' offices, and the prosecutors are still losing people because they're still not being paid, I think that just goes to kind of reinforce
Absolutely.
how much lower we are on that scale. So we still have some work to do there, obviously, but like I said, we are definitely going to the pay parity information that we came to the committee with last year was actually from 2020, so we're in the process of updating that salary information now.
Well, great job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. They get capers, right? Or they qualify for capers?
Yes.
So what do you hear from new employees as far as the capers that they're coming into? Is it, yeah, it's tier 3. Is it still something that is attracting?
Yeah, I mean, as far as capers is concerned, I think capers is still an attractive part of the pay package. Certainly, especially compared to some of the private firm offerings where you have to do a lot more matching and things like that in order to get very far on some of those 401ks and things like that. I actually think one of the other huge draws on our recruitment and retention both has actually been our training program. So I think more so than even the capers package, that's been a huge factor for us.
All right, well, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions? Seeing none, Heather, thank you a lot for being here today. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Next, we'll have a human services caseloads, and we'll have Megan Leopold, senior fiscal analyst with the Kansas Legislative Research Department. Megan, welcome committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will be reviewing the human services caseload estimates from the fall. We met on October 24th. Included in the estimates are Division of Budget, KLRD, KDHE, KDADS, and DCF. At the time of the meeting, we revised the estimates for fiscal year 23, and we created initial estimates for fiscal year 24. The starting point for our estimates, and what you'll hear me comparing the fiscal 23 estimates to, were the budget that were approved by the 2022 legislature. So that's as it was represented in both the appropriations and omnibus bills. We also made adjustments for any reappropriated monies from fiscal year 22 that were unspent in fiscal year 22 and reappropriated to fiscal year 23. For fiscal year 23, the whole of the revised estimate for human services caseloads was $4.8 billion all funds, and that includes $1.3 billion SGF. This is an all funds increase of $260 million and an SGF decrease of $198 million. For temporary assistance for needy families, or TANF, the estimate is $10 million, all federal funds. This is a decrease of $750,000 below the approved amount, largely because the TANF caseload has continued to steadily decline since the passage of the HOPE Act in 2015. There was a slight deviation from that trend in January of 22 when pandemic unemployment benefits ended. The estimate for foster care for fiscal year 23 is $281 million. That includes $193 million SGF. This is an increase of $9 million, including $5.4 million SGF. This is largely due to the increased number of children in higher cost facilities, as well as an increase in the daily rate that's paid to those facilities. For CanCare Medical for fiscal year 23, this includes expenditures for both KDADS and KDHE. The total estimate is $4.4 billion. That includes $1.1 billion SGF. This is an increase of $253 $4 million and includes a decrease of $199.5 million SGF. The all funds increase is largely due to changes made to the Healthcare Access Improvement Program, or HCAP. These were changes that were passed by the 2020 legislature, but needed CMS approval before they could be put into action. CMS has granted that approval, and they were now implemented as of July 1st, fiscal year 23. This was the provider assessment. The changes that were made to the program, the rate, the tax rate went from 1.83%, and that was on inpatient revenues for hospitals, to 3.0% on inpatient and outpatient rates or revenues. This change is anticipated to bring an additional $240 million federal dollars into the state in fiscal year 23. That all funds increase was partially offset by $58.4 million reappropriated dollars that were carried over from fiscal year 22, as well as lower than anticipated fee-for-service payments and slightly lower population growth estimates from what was estimated in the spring. The SGF decrease in fiscal year 23 is primarily due to the FMAP extension into 3 quarters of fiscal year 23. In the April estimates, we only had estimated that FMAP to be in place through the first quarter of 23. In the fall estimates, 2 additional quarters were added. So that brought the base FMAP for fiscal year 23 from 59.86% to 64.51%. The total decrease or SGF savings that this is expected to create in fiscal year 23 is approximately $183 million. For KDAD's non-can care in fiscal year 23, the estimate is $91 million. That includes 45 million SGF. This is a decrease of 2.4 million, including 4.0 SGF. And the decrease is largely due to lower nursing facility for mental health fee-for-service payments, as well as lower than anticipated expenditures for HCBS IDD waiver assessments. I'm happy to stand for any questions for fiscal year 23, or I can keep going.
Any questions on 23? Oh, okay. He'll just wait. Okay. Please proceed.
Okay. Human service caseloads estimates for fiscal year 24 are a revised estimate, a new estimate of 4.8 billion all funds, and that includes 1.5 billion from the state general fund. This is an all funds increase over the revised estimate for fiscal year 23 of 7.9 million, or 0.2%, and including an increase of SGF of 163 million, or 12.6%. For TANF, the estimate is 9.8 million. Again, that's all federal funds. This is a decrease of $150,000 below the revised 23 estimate. For foster care, the estimate is 280 million. That includes 195 SGF. This is a decrease of 1 million all funds and an SGF increase of 2 million from the revised 23 estimate. While the total number of children continues to decrease, that daily rate paid to child placing agencies is estimated to increase. For CanCare Medical for fiscal year 24, the total estimated expenditures are 4.4 billion all funds and 1.2 billion SGF. This is an SGF increase of 154 million, but no change in the all funds amount from the 23 revised estimate. While the all funds amount stayed stable, there were some fluctuations within those expenditures. The overall membership is anticipated to decline. If you'll remember, during the public health emergency, the agency is required to keep everyone enrolled in Medicaid who is currently enrolled. Once the PHE ends, which is anticipated at this point to happen in the 3rd quarter of fiscal year 23, the agency will begin to remove those individuals, and we would expect to see a pretty steady decline for about 12 months. So we're seeing that population go down pretty significantly in fiscal year '24. The agency estimates at this point that somewhere between 100,000 and 125,000 individuals will be removed from Medicaid during that time period. Offsetting this population decrease are expenditures that are related to the ongoing transition of community mental health centers to certified community behavioral health clinics, or CCBHCs. The fiscal year '24 estimate includes $70 million. That includes 27.5 SGF related to the transition of 9 CMHCs to CCBHCs for fiscal year '24. The fiscal year '24 estimates also include an increase related to the 5% rebase of nursing facilities. The SGF increase that we see in fiscal year '24 is largely due to the end or anticipated end of that 6.2 percentage point to the FMAP. The FMAP base for fiscal year '23 was 59.86, and this was increased to 64.51 with the 6.2% enhancement. The base FMAP in fiscal year '24, with no quarters of the 6.2% enhancement, is 60.67%. So this increases the state share required for fiscal year '24 by 3.84% over that of fiscal year '23. The base FMAP rate change, that's the change from the fiscal year '23 base to the fiscal year '24 base, with no enhancements included, is estimated to reduce the SGF expenditures by $32.1 million. So even though that enhanced FMAP will not be there in fiscal year '24, because the base FMAP does go up a bit, it's going to help to make that change not quite so dramatic. For KDAD's non-can care, the estimate is $100 million. That includes $52 million SGF. This is an increase of $9 million, including $7 million SGF, and that is primarily due to increased expenditures for PACE. I'm happy to stand for any questions.
Thank you, Megan. Questions? Representative Carpenter.
Megan knows this question before I even ask it. How much have we drawn over the public health emergency and the increased FMAP over the entire time?
So through the end of state fiscal year '22, which is where we have the actuals, we have $656.4 million.
And that was as of July, but we have another quarter, so we have 3 more quarters.
Correct.
Roughly 70 million a quarter. So we're approaching $1 billion.
Right, our estimate for fiscal year '23 at this point is 182 million. So adding that to the 656 million would be a pretty good estimate of what we can expect.
And that would be until the end of this month. And then we would be looking at another quarter if they don't end the public health emergency.
Right. If the public health emergency is extended for an additional 3 months, then it would continue through the end of fiscal year '23. So all of fiscal year '23 would be covered.
So about $1 billion, I mean, roughly, that we've offset our state spending. And I just keep driving that home is that's, we had last time we were here, we had the ending balance was, well, $1 billion of that is because of this. We would have spent that had we have not. I just want to make sure that everybody understands that's why. Anyway, sorry to pest you, Megan, you know that. Thank you.
Other questions? Seeing none, Megan, thank you a lot for being here today. Appreciate the update. Committee, I guess it is lunchtime, so we'll break for lunch. We'll recess until 1:30. With that, we're recessed. Thank you. Next item on the agenda is a update from the National Bio and Agro Defense Facility. It's written only, members, so take that along, read it, and if, oh, it's not in your packet, okay. We'll have that at the next meeting for you in your packet, so. So next item we have is a report on the hourly pay for providers of home and community-based services for individuals on the Intellectual Developmental Disabled IDD waiver. And we'll start out with Secretary Laura Howard, Kansas Department of Aging and Disability Service. Laura, welcome committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Pleased to be here today to talk to you about the rate increases that you so generously afforded for the HCBS IDD waiver during the 2022 legislative session. I'm just going to give you some background on what you recommended and what that meant internally on the waivers. And then when Matt Fletcher from InterHab testifies, he'll be able to talk to you about the specific impact on the direct wages for workers. So again, thank you for the chance to be here today. Last legislative session, the legislature graciously provided funding for a 25% increase for the IDD waiver rates, which amounted to about $122 million from all funding sources, almost $50 million state general fund, $48.9 million state general funds. Just as a reminder, in managed care, the state establishes a rate schedule that identifies a rate floor, which is the minimum that each MCO is required to pay service providers for specific services. HCBS operates in a fee-for-service model where rates are established and adjusted based on the appropriation. So with that 25% increase in rates, KDAS was able to increase the floor rates for services in the IDD waiver. The major services, residential and day services, of course, but also the other services within the waiver, including overnight respite, personal care services, sleep cycle support, supported employment, et cetera, et cetera. So was able to then raise the floor rates for those services. Well, so while we as an agency set those floor rates, there's not a clear way to direct that the resources be used to increase direct service worker salaries. Although we all knew that really the intention of the legislature was that those salaries be impacted. And you've heard a lot of testimony over the last few years about the difficulty of recruiting and hiring when folks are making, $10 or $11 an hour at that direct care side. So again, we didn't have a simple way to direct that or really to track that. In terms of how those increases in the services translated to wages for employees. So we talked with InterHab about that and asked them, and they were very willing to survey their membership to be able to measure the impact of the rate increases on wages for those direct support workers. And I'll let Matt share that good news with you. I think you'll be very pleased with that news in his testimony. I did want to remind you as well that separate from the wage increases made possible through the 25% increase last legislative session, we also instituted a bonus program for direct support workers that was funded through the ARPA HCBS FMAP program. As many of you know, there's a number of projects we've been funding through that program where states received a 10% increase to the FMAP for HCBS, and then we're able to reinvest resources into high priorities. That workforce project was our highest priority project. That launched at the end of March 2022. About 28,574 direct support workers benefited from that. We distributed $51 million to providers who were then able to make some payout bonus payments to those providers. We will be doing an exit survey related to that as well. So we'll have some additional detail to share with you during the legislative session about the impact of the enhanced FMAP and what that has meant as well. But today what you'll hear from Matt had is really the impact from the 25% rate increase. So I'm happy to answer any questions you have now or at the conclusion of all of the testimony. But again, I would just thank you again for your attention and focus on the particular needs within the IDD workforce and the particular needs of direct support workers and graciously allowing that 25% rate increase.
Thank you. I think we'll just wait till the end if you don't mind, so.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next we'll have Matt Fletcher with Executive Director of Interhab. Matt, welcome to committee.
Thank you, Chairman Billinger, and thank you, members of the committee, for the opportunity to speak with you today. And thank you to members of the legislature, many of whom are sitting here today, for your leadership during the 2022 legislative session in securing vitally needed resources for the IDD service network. It was a true lifeline to IDD service providers who were struggling coming out of the coronavirus, COVID-19 pandemic, right into a very, very serious workforce shortage and really needing the assistance of the legislature. The fiscal year 2023 rate increase passed by the legislature was, as I mentioned, truly a lifeline. We recently surveyed providers to determine how they utilized the rate increase that you all provided during the session. And we were very pleased with the findings that providers indicated in that survey. And I will mention that the providers that responded to our survey included not only Interhab's members, but non-Interhab members as well. And so we were very pleased to have that type of response from across the state of Kansas. But in our survey results that we gathered, 100% of our survey respondents indicated that they had raised direct care wages utilizing the rate increase that they had received. Direct care worker average starting wages increased 29.35% between October 21 and October 2022. Now, between 21 and January 22, the direct care worker average starting wage increased from $11.30 to $12.07 per hour. And that's important because you had done work in the previous legislative session that you need to be thanked for as well. There was a previous rate increase that was put in place that we had just started to see the results from at the end of 2021 going into 2022. So you can begin to see providers putting that rate increase into effect at the beginning of 2022 with that increase of about, I think it's about 77 cents per hour going into the direct care worker wages. But then you can see, as we get into the wage data collected from January to October 22, you really see the work that you did in this session begin to make it into the paychecks of direct care workers across the state of Kansas. When you see the wages increase from $12.07 to an average starting wage of $15.19 per hour. The survey, again, that period of time that's captured in that survey is capturing the first 4 months in which the 25% rate increase went into effect in the state of Kansas. So it went into effect July 1st. And October was, when we started to collect this data, the month of October was the latest full month we could collect data from. So we started collecting this data in November. So that's the 4-month period of time. That's the most amount of time we could collect data from that the rate increase had actually been in effect in the system. And so you can already see in that short period of time, providers taking the funds that you gave them, turning around and getting it into the wages of direct care workers. Now, in addition to wage increases, you can see providers utilizing the funds in other ways as well, including 58% of providers indicating they used the increase to provide bonuses to workers, 25% indicating they used the increase for differentials for difficult to fill shifts for direct care positions, and another 25% indicating an increase in benefits or adjusting benefits for workers because so often we have heard that organizations have had to either hold stagnant the benefits that they can offer their workforce or even reduce the benefit offerings over the past several years. So they used some of these funds to be able to go in and adjust those to make those better for their workers as well. And in addition to that, they indicated other ways that they shored up their operations for being able to continue to provide services to the persons with intellectual and developmental disabilities that their mission demands that they continue to serve, including helping to cover transportation costs and which are not funded by other sources of funding with the HCBS waiver, and helping to cover other holes in funding that they needed help with. So all of those are in my testimony as some feedback that providers offered to us as part of the survey results that we conducted. But again, we were pretty glad that we did this survey, pleased with the results that we heard back from providers across the state, that even in just this short period of time, we're really starting to see the positive impact of the increase going into organizations across the state of Kansas. So again, thank you for your efforts in the 2022 session. It really has made a difference in organizations across the state of Kansas, and I believe you're going to hear directly from one of those organizations as a conferee following me. So I'll stand for questions at the appropriate time, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Matt. And we'll go ahead and do the last one here, and then we'll do questions. Thank you. Okay, next we'll have Jerry Michaud, President and Chief Executive Officer of the Developmental Services of Northwest Kansas, virtually. Jerry, are you there?
I am.
Great, go ahead.
You can all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Well, good afternoon, Chairman and members of the committee. I really appreciate the opportunity to join you today to share some insights about what we did as an organization with the rate increase. And I guess I want to start with thank you. We've been in a workforce crisis for some time, exacerbated by the pandemic. All of that is playing out. I know that organizations, whether it's our industry and supporting people or others, are feeling that crunch. And but we certainly are, and frankly, without this adjustment, I'm not sure where we would have been. We had been in crisis mode for an awful long time, and we're not out of the woods yet. I've included some examples in my written testimony, but I wanted to point out a couple of kind of key points for us. I would love to say that our starting wage at the beginning of all this was higher, but as a previous conferee, Matt Fletcher, had mentioned, from our previous rate increase, we were able to adjust our base from $9 for the starting entry direct support positions, from $9 to $10. With this 25% increase, we were able to take that base of 10 and elevate it by $4 an hour. Now that took a pretty big chunk of the rate increase. We elevated the frontline workers. That was our primary focus. Their direct supervisors work hand in hand with them. We elevated their wage at the same rate so that we didn't have complicating problems, as you might imagine, with wage compression. So that's where the lion's share of the rate increase went for us. It was just about 79% of the total went for just directly for that lift, and it was vitally important. We've been doing all kinds of things in terms of how to attract staff. Some reference was made to recruitment bonuses. I believe Secretary had mentioned the ARPA funds. We've been utilizing those to get people in the door and then also to retain those workers that we do have. And so we've implemented those things. Our advertising for open positions is just been a constant thing. I believe last time I looked, we spent more in 1 month than we would have previously in a whole year in terms of our advertising, reaching out through social media. But I don't need to carry on there. What I did want to touch on is that within this workforce challenge, we've had to take some creative approaches with filling positions. When you have a staffing pattern that goes 24/7, and you're down positions, it's not an option to close down part of that shift. It's just not an option. And so we've had to elevate for those crisis situations, an extra $6 an hour for those particular situations, just to meet the needs of the folks there. But I wanted to touch a little bit, and I included in my testimony some of the responses from our direct support. I didn't include all of them. They were quite lengthy, but this helps to give a picture, if you will, of the gratitude that not only I feel as someone who kind of comes before the committee, but from many, many voices of our staff. Just a couple I'll mention, we have a recruitment bonus that we offer to our staff to help us draw people in. And so this first one was I try to get my friends to come to work here, but they couldn't do it for $10 an hour, and that's not surprising. I was looking for another higher paying job elsewhere, but because I couldn't afford it based on rent and all those other things. And then the last one was, I love my job, but to be honest, was looking elsewhere for another job, but doesn't have to do that now because of these adjustments. So we've been able to course correct. We haven't solved this entirely. There's work ahead of us. But I'm happy to report that we're getting applicants in the door where we were not before. That helps us tremendously. We went from in January of 2022 from 36 open positions. That's across our organization. And when I looked at the end of November, we had 16 open positions. Okay, that doesn't mean that we've solved it, but you can tell that there's been a positive movement in terms of helping to address this issue. Our turnover rate went from, I believe our all-time high in December of 2001 was just crested the 50%. We are hovering today at about 38, almost 39%. So I'm so pleased to be able to express my gratitude on behalf of the people we serve, on behalf of our staff, that we're so grateful for the actions and the leadership of the legislature last year. And that's what I offer. I do appreciate the chance to come before you and share this update.
Thank you, Jerry. Appreciate your taking time to be with us today. Committee questions? Representative Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Matt, there's 720 roughly providers out there. How many providers does your organization cover?
So Representative Carpenter, I think there's more around in the IDD network, somewhere around 250 providers, somewhere in that neighborhood. Total.
In your organization?
No, total in the network. Interhab has 43 member organizations. We had 56 respondents to this survey.
56. Mm-hmm. Okay, so we're leaving the others. We don't know about the others, I guess, is what I'm trying to get my arms around.
Yeah, we had about 22% response rate to the survey.
So are we aware of anybody that didn't raise their rates?
No one in the survey.
I know, but I'm trying to get, we've got to sell this to the rest of the legislature. And that was one of our whole deals about doing this, is making sure that it went to DSPs. And so I'm just trying to, I get your survey, and then we've had Jerry on here too. That's a very small percentage of the providers out there that have responded to this survey. And I'm just curious as if there's any way we can get something a little more definitive to say that these wages went to what we wanted it to fund, which was.
I would be happy to do another such survey and continue to request providers respond, or just keep this survey open and request providers respond and continue to update it with new numbers at any point in time.
Well, I think that's imperative that we do that to prove that folks are doing what they said they were going to do when we gave this raise. So anyway, okay, very good, thank you.
Yeah, happy to help.
I have a question for Secretary Howard.
Representative Carpenter.
Secretary Howard, so there's no way for KDADs to be able to monitor this as far as that goes. One of the things that we ran into when we gave these raises out the first time was nobody knew how many workers there were in the ID and DD field. Well, it ends up being there was over 20,000. So we were splitting the money. Everybody thought it was about 10,000, so the money went only half as much. But anyway, what I want to talk to you about is what's your plans for the increased FMAP, the rest of the increased FMAP?
Yeah, I mean, there's a variety of different projects being funded by that, as you know, including work on Employment First, some additional work related to career ladder types of activities. So there's a whole series of projects, Representative, that I'd be happy to share the full list with you. But some of the most significant, the highest majority project was the $51 million, but we also have some additional career ladder work and things like that being done, as well as I said, work on Employment First, some additional projects like that.
But isn't it ongoing?
It is ongoing.
Okay, so the first batch was 80 million.
Well, it's not ongoing forever, but yes, you're right, Representative. We will have some additional resources based on the level of spending and the Medicaid spending and the extension of the public health emergency. So, yeah, so we have some level of funding that's not yet allocated, that we've not yet made a determination on.
And how much is that?
Let me ask Mandy if she knows that at this point, if that's all right. Mandy Flower, Interim Commissioner.
I believe we have about $20 million left from after our expenditure so far. We expended money on the SIM conference as well as the workforce retention and recruitment bonuses.
But I guess, so was that just a finite amount of money? I thought it went on because it was the increase in FMAP for a period of time. So the first batch was 75, 80 million. We spent 51 million on workforce and retention and recruitment bonuses and that. We spent, we spent $1 million on the ID and DD. But so what's going on after that?
We're working on a career ladder for DSWs. As the Secretary mentioned, that career ladder is going to be looking at how we can provide direct care workers with opportunities to get the skills needed to go and move up in the IDD field if they would prefer. It's also going to have a component of, in the future, the allied health professionals positions that support our folks with IDD and other folks on the waivers. There's going to be a shortage of those folks as well. So we're looking at how we can make career paths for folks that don't want to stay in the IDD world for the rest of their lives, which is fine, but find ways to help them with their education so they can still be helpful in our field, but providing services through an allied profession. We also have the DSW training program that's an RFP. That will be a series of trainings to help give direct service workers more experience so they can increase their skill set to go to college, become a supervisor, if not higher, in their organization that they're working for right now. We're also working with stakeholders, trying to get feedback on a technology initiative, so how we can utilize technology to make folks more independent. There's a lot of great models out there, and a lot of our stakeholder friends have done a lot of research on this that we're looking into as well.
Very good. I look forward to the actual report for dollars and cents of that whenever you get it out there.
If I might, Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to respond back to the conversation with Matt. When we do our survey related to the impact of the FMAP on the workforce, it's our intention to also ask that question about the direct care wage workers, and that would then come from the state as the state agency. So we will continue to try to have mechanisms to be able to gather that and to see the impact of what you did. As you said, I think that's of critical importance with this kind of an investment to ensure that it's going where it's intended. So.
Very good. Thank you for that.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank all three of you for being here today, and thank you, Jerry, for being on Zoom. We appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Next, we'll have a report on the mental health intervention team pilot program, and we'll have John Calvert, lead for safe and secure schools, Kansas State Department of Education. John, welcome to committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Committee members, good afternoon. Thank you so much for allowing me to be here to provide just an update on our mental health intervention team program. My name is John Calvert, and I am the director of the Safe and Secure Schools Unit for the Kansas State Department of Education. First, I'm just going to give a brief overview, if I can, of our program. The Mental Health Intervention Team program focuses on K-12 students and their families by identifying students and helping families navigate the mental health services. We know so often, especially when we talk about kids and dealing with mental health and then throwing a packet of information in front of the parents and going, here, sign this, we want to help your kids. Sometimes that's a daunting task, especially as a parent, to kind of understand what all of this means. And so the liaison truly plays that center field role of connecting schools and our kiddos with parents and guardians and our community mental health services throughout the state. We focus our resources on our kids, and especially per the legislation, we keep specific track of kids in our foster care services. And so our liaisons work closely with those foster care contractors and our schools in that way. And realistically, it helps break down those barriers that we have unintentionally put up as far as our kiddos receiving mental health services. We don't have to drive 30 minutes, 45 minutes one way to our community mental health centers. Our kiddos don't have to take a half day or a full day out of school. Our parents aren't having to take time off work or pay for gas to get that. These services are brought into the schools, and which is so important. Studies are showing that if services are provided inside the school, our students are 6 times more likely to complete services because we've taken away a lot of those barriers. And so it's just so important to note. And so we monitor one or more areas of the indicators for concern, as we call them. We track academics and attendance, and then the behaviors, whether they're internalizing behaviors or externalizing behaviors. We kind of keep track of that throughout the program to make sure that we can identify those for our kiddos, so we can identify them for their parents, and we can show the growth in those areas. But this started in 2018-2019 school year, and it started with 9 pilot school districts, and I've listed them there for you in my written testimony, but I also want to point out that 3 of the largest districts in the state in Kansas City, Kansas, Topeka, and Wichita participated in that first 9 pilot districts, which was an amazing undertaking, and it's shown amazing growth throughout the years. We had the pilot community mental health centers there, as I've listed in my written testimonies as well. But the program funded 45 total liaisons. And the first year, we helped serve 212 kiddos in the foster care, and then a total of 1,708 students. When we fast forward to the 2021-2022 school year, the grant had grown, we were able to expand, and we had 55 school districts that year. We serviced 693 kiddos in the foster care, and then for a total of 5,117 kids. This year, the Kansas State Board of Education recommended the continuation and expansion of the program. The governor's budget added an additional $3 million, so it was $10.3 million total to our grant. The $3 million expansion gave room for additional districts to come aboard. It also provided funds for a third-party study to determine the effectiveness and how we can get better, because that's really what we all want to do. We never want to get stagnant. We don't want to say this is going great. We always want to evolve and get better so that we can continue to do what's best for our kiddos. And so we did partner with Wichita State University. They are finishing up that report, and that will be given to the director, the Division of Budget, per the Senate bill. And so when that's completed, we'll review that and get that over there. This year, the applications were due on June 10th, 2022. That was a very quick turnaround. The governor signed the bill May 16th. So we had less than a month so that we could get everything ready and get it to our State Board of Education for their approval on the July 12th and 13th State Board dates. This year, we were able to expand. With that $3 million, we expanded into 67 school districts. What we found, we had a lot of co-op members, a lot of districts who were working together and sharing, which is exactly what we want in education. And all of a sudden they said, this is too important to share a liaison and to share. We want to break away and not share anymore. And so we need a standalone program ourselves. So it's showing that this program is being talked about, and they know that it's important. We also I continue to get calls and emails from superintendents from around the state saying, hey, I was talking to this other superintendent and they were telling me that they had this mental health intervention team program. Tell me about that. We had superintendents who went from one area, one district to another district and said, hey, my last district had this mental health intervention team program. We need to have that here in our district. And so the word is spreading. It's doing exactly what I feel like it needs to do. I believe it's growing at an appropriate rate so that we're not overwhelming one system or the other. I think we're doing really, really well. We have a new team around us. Angie Brungard is our mental health liaison coordinator. She's in with me today. She's done a fantastic job and hit the ground running over the last 3.5 months and gotten out not only here around Topeka, but out in western Kansas and eastern Kansas and north and south. And she's been all over talking to our liaisons and making sure that our program is doing exactly what it needs to be doing. We have Christy Wyckoff, who's amazing with our Excel documents and our finance. We got a new IT portal guru and John Giradat over there at KSDE, who's doing amazing things so that, again, we're doing the best for our kids to keep our kids safe. As of November 28th, I wanted to just give you a snapshot. Our progress report is actually due tomorrow. And so we'll be able to put all these numbers together from the first semester. But because I knew I was speaking here today, we did a quick snapshot on November 28th. And just a quick number, as of that date, we had served 4,307 kiddos just in this first semester, which I think is absolutely fantastic. And 383 of those were identified to be in the foster care system. I can't talk about all the good without talking at least about a little bit of the barriers that we do face. We are constantly fighting the battle of robbing Peter to pay Paul, if you will. We hire from the CMHCs to fill our liaison role, and then we turn and say, we don't have anybody at the CMHC. Or the constant turnover and the staffing shortages of our CMHCs and in our schools definitely hurt the program a little bit, and that's definitely a barrier that we continue to fight through and face. But again, our liaisons are fantastic individuals who go above and beyond and continue to put their kids first and do some amazing, amazing things. COVID is one of those barriers that I know you all hear all the time. Our liaisons were going out and standing in the front lawn of the kiddos and talking to them and keeping them connected, making sure that they had iPads or Chromebooks, some sort of internet connection so that they can continue their therapy sessions via telehealth during this tough time, because they knew that especially during the pandemic, our mental health crisis was going to go up. And so our liaisons didn't quit. They didn't just sit at home. They continued to go above and beyond for our kids. And the largest barrier that we do face is that 1-year guarantee. I'm getting calls right now from liaisons and from superintendents saying, hey, this is a great program. We want to continue this. How do I apply for the grant next year? And I have to tell them, while the legislature agrees with it, while the state board agrees and we agree, we have to wait until pen hits paper, and that's usually there in May. And so I get talked a lot of questions about why would people leave their jobs for a 1-year position guarantee. And so that is truly the largest barrier that we faced. If you're ever having a rough day and want to just smile real big, let me know. I'll send you these success stories. I have pages and pages and pages of them because they are fantastic. I included them in my written testimony, but I'll just go over a couple of them. One of our high school students was having behaviors in truancy, self-harm, hospitalization. They got connected to this program. They started receiving services inside of the school, and now she is an advocate for herself, and she's becoming a leader for other students who struggle with their mental health. The parents and the guardians continue to say that they feel better supported inside of the schools, that there's a better positive parent-school relationship, because truly we are all surrounding their kid to make sure that their kids are safe and their well-being is taken care of. More students are taking the initiative to ask for help after seeing their peers ask for help and benefit from this program. So we're tearing down those barriers and the negative stigma that is there with mental health, and we're normalizing asking and receiving for those mental health services. And the last one is the reason that I will continue to fight for this program and continue to say that this $10.3 million is worth it every single year. And that's because every single year I get a success story from a liaison that says, high school student said, my therapist saved my life. And I think that's exactly why we do what we do. We want to keep our kids safe. So I appreciate the time that you have allowed me to come here and provide you this update. And Mr. Chair, I will stand for questions.
Thank you, John. Questions for John? Representative Wolfmore?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. More of just a comment. First of all, great presentation. I can feel your excitement and love of this program. You know, this is a case of the right program and the right resources at the right time. As youth suicides have increased, I mean, this couldn't be more important. And you're right about the stigma and having those services offered through school. And it seems like to me that this generation, I've noticed, is much better at not being so afraid to talk about mental health issues with their friends, which I think has got to help. So great job, and I have to give a shout out to Representative Landwehr. I mean, a lot of us helped on it, but she led the effort on this because she believed in it so strongly. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Other questions? Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the liaison positions, I mean, I see here you say you're having a hard time defining the liaison role. And then I had heard that we were kind of taking social workers from the CMHCs. If I remember that liaison position wasn't really necessarily designed to be the social worker. It was designed to be the person to help them get to the CMHCs to get in touch with the social worker. So are we not defining that role correctly? Are we not hiring the right people so that we're taking people out of where they need to be just to get them sent? You see what I'm saying?
Absolutely, and I apologize for not clarifying. That roles and responsibility, truly, a lot of it is yes. So we're pulling out those CMHCs and putting them into liaison responsibilities. That is not the case as far as their roles and responsibilities that I was speaking of. In my testimony, it was more about what do they do in the schools. They're not there to supervise playgrounds. They're not there to supervise lunch duties. They're there to be that center fielder. When this program started in 2018, it was master's level. That's what we were pushing for. We have liaisons that have degrees in a wide range of things, and even coaches now are serving in these roles. So that's part of the way that we've handled that and circumvented that barrier by allowing our liaisons to be and serve in many different positions.
Okay, yeah. 'cause
I'm sorry for not clearing that up.
No, and that was the point I was wanting to make sure we make, because that was what the liaisons were supposed to be. They were supposed to be the ones that kind of identified the kids, someone that the kids could come to, but then they sent them to the CMHCs, to the professionals to have, to get there. And so what I don't want to see happen is that we create CMHCs within the schools through this program. And
Correct. No,
so-
they truly are that center fielder. They are connecting the parents and the students in the schools to that CMHC and helping through that paperwork process.
Okay, so
You're
why
absolutely
are we hiring then social workers from the CMHCs to be liaisons?
I think a lot of it is because the schools are wanting they want their liaison to be versed in that social work therapist mindset. And so with the pay and the hours and the caseload, I think it's just one of those where that's the people who are flooding in at the time.
Okay, because I'm not sure that's what we want to be paying for, though. That's what I'm saying. Because I do not want to get to a point where we're diminishing the work of the CMHCs by recreating the same thing inside the school district, and that's not what the pilot program was supposed to be. So.
Right. And we've had several conversations with the heads of the CMHCs, and I truly believe that we've circumvented that and worked around that. And I think with the creation and the implementation of the CCBHCs, that's going to solve a lot of our issues, a lot of our problems. But working with Kyle and Sue have been fantastic. And so I want to put your fears at ease and let you know that's not the purpose of this program. I 100% agree with you.
Right, yeah, it's not the purpose of the program.
Correct.
I just want to make sure as we continue to expand it that that's not what we're doing. So, yeah, it's a great program. I just want to make sure we're implementing it correctly. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Representative Waymaster.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I just kind of want to dovetail off of the comments that were made by Representative Wolfmore in regards to Representative Landwehr being so passionate about this program. Obviously, being a member of the Appropriations Committee, this is something that's been brought forward to us every year. I'm glad to see that it's expanding year after year. But there was something that you said in regards to the governor signed it on May 16th. Applications were due June 10th. And then I believe you said something about July 12th and 13th is when it was kind of the decision was made on what school districts be participating in. So I'm wondering, if it's such a beneficial program and it's helping so many kids throughout the state of Kansas, even though there's 67 school districts that are participating, which is about less than a quarter of the total number of school districts across the state. Why isn't, what has been the hurdles in making it more consistent? So that we know it's there year after year, benefiting kids in our school districts. And we've always had to have it added in the budget as a proviso. What could we do to generate that consistency that this program will be there and it'll be there to serve those kids?
I think that's going to be a question maybe outside of my purview. I think if we make it into give it 2 or 3 years at a time and say, for the next 3 years, we're going to increase by this much so that we can expand. I think that's going to hold true. I know that our districts are bought into it. I know that when I say, hey, listen, this is the 5th year for the program, and they've expanded it, they talked about expanding it, but I can't tell our districts 100% that, hey, it's going until
and you couldn't, because it's done by proviso. It's not done by an action by the legislature or state government. So there's always that volatility that next year it may not be included. Correct. And the program just completely goes away. I'm just trying to see how we can generate that consistency, because I can tell you right now, most likely next year when we're doing the budget, it's going to be added again. It's going to be there. It's going to be funded. But how can we generate that consistency so the school districts know that it's going to be there year after year? And I'd like to see it expand to even more, because obviously it's having a great benefit to the students across the state of Kansas. But I just kind of wanted to, I guess, pick your brain in a way on how can we generate consistency for the school districts, letting them feel confident that it's going to be there year after year.
I'd love to help any way that I can, so I appreciate the comments. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Hawk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Waymaster and I are always thinking along the same lines, not always with the same result, but often in the same trench. So I had the question, and I was on the modernization in mental health committee, and likewise I'm very appreciative of Representative Landwehr pushing this and getting it off the ground. We went from 55 school districts to 67 this year with the $3 million that we put in additional resources, correct?
Correct.
So there's 287 school districts, varying sizes. So there's still 220 school districts that don't have the program. And I think my question, maybe one for you and then a rhetorical one for this group and my fellow legislators, is what do we think the capacity is for the community mental health centers in order to be able to provide service to all the school districts? Is that something we don't have capacity yet, and we're going to have to think about how to get to that capacity as apparently we're gradually expanding this program? What's your thinking about that?
And Senator, thank you so much for the question. I absolutely agree. I think, like I said, I think we are growing at an appropriate rate so that we're not overwhelming either the schools or the CMHCs at this time. Every dollar in that $10.3 million is being used either for our program or for the independent study. And so I think when we look at growing and increasing, our CMHCs only have so much of a capacity. And so I don't want to open up the doors and say, okay, all 286 districts. I think we are growing at an appropriate rate. I'm with the same mindset as you. I'd love to see this in every single school district. I think it would provide fantastic results. But I also don't want to grow at such a rate that our CMHCs can't keep up. And so I think working with our school districts at this point, we're right where we need to be in the 5th year of the program, and we just continue to grow gradually. I don't necessarily have, hey, next year I want to be in this many school districts. That can definitely be a conversation that we can have with our CMHCs to see which parts of the state and how we can best grow, knowing that's kind of everybody's state of mind at this time.
Thank you for your response. At the rate we're going, it looks like we're on a 25 to 35-year path, which if we were talking about computer skills or math or reading skills, I don't think that would be an adequate rate to do something. And I am pleased that the legislature passed the 988 bill and that this body funded the $10 million initially needed for that. I think I read the other day that either the first or second leading cause of death in adolescence is suicide. So it's a significant problem, and it can affect every school district, potentially every classroom, every family in one way or another. And so my rhetorical question for this group and our colleagues is, I don't think a 25 to 35-year rate of implementation is probably is not even a lofty goal, and I hope we can figure out a way that we could do it. And I agree, going at a reasonable pace so we don't overwhelm the CMHCs is good, but I'd like to see us pick our pace up, and I hope we could figure out how to do that. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, John. Appreciate you being here today.
Thank you.
Next, we'll have Andrew Brown, Commissioner of Behavioral Health Services at KDADS. Andrew, welcome committee.
This is Andy Brown. I'm the Commissioner for Behavioral Health Services at KDADS, and I'm here just to answer any questions you might have for us today.
Senator Hawk.
Speaking of 988, how's that going?
It's going pretty well. We're going to have 2 reports for the legislature at the start of the session. One will be from the secretary that will cover a lot of the metrics and outcomes of the 988 implementation. And then we'll have another one that'll come from the 988 Coordinating Council, which is going to have its first meeting tomorrow. And that report will cover the finances of the program. But so far, we've been able to really put a lot of utilization of those funds into place. And we've been able to come really close to meeting our 90% in-state answer rate goal. We're at about 88 to 89% each month right now. And so we're working on doing some additional staffing to try to get up past 90.
Follow-up question.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We had an article on our local paper that I think might have been from the LA Times, I'm not sure, making a strong case that the federal government needed to put more money into 988, recognizing that I guess not every state has implemented the 988 like we have, and I think California has, but really making a strong case that the feds need. What do you think the likelihood is of the feds funding that? And if so, what percent of what we're doing do you think that might be? How's that for a crystal ball question?
Yeah, so right now, we have received a little bit of grant money from, and this will be in our fiscal report as well, but we've received a little bit of funding from SAMHSA for 988 capacity building. It is not a large sum of money. It's about 1/10 of what the state is funding. And we are, clearly outpacing the need that we have at this point. So I feel like we are supportive of additional money from the feds coming in. We've made a commitment to apply for any 988 related funding that the federal government makes available to us. And so we will constantly be taking advantage of any of those opportunities that come forward to us so that we can maximize those opportunities. I do believe that there is a pretty strong push amongst the 988 advocates at the federal level and amongst the different state mental health authorities to request additional funding. And so I think there is a bill that's in the House at Congress right now that is intended to do that. Whether or not that bill moves before any of the transition happens, I'm not sure. So I know that there's, some really pressing needs in Congress right now around figuring out, whether or not we're going to have a new budget or if we're going to have a continuing resolution, those kinds of things. And I don't know that the 988 bill is going to rise to the level of concern that they have to address it before the break. But I do think it's on the agenda of several people in DC to try to see that done. And I think the congressmen from California are at the top of that list.
Senator Hawk.
I don't want to hog the questions. I was very impressed when I went out to Hayes to see what they were doing on the Camber facility. And I feel like what we just heard about in terms of what the State Department and the schools are doing with their mental health program, but we also have to have places for youth to go. Senator Billinger has worked hard to try and have those facilities available statewide, particularly Western Kansas. So where are we at? Are they open? Are they going? And how is that working?
Yeah, so the most recent update I got from Camber's CEO is that they're still planning on having that open in January. They are having a few supply chain issues around some specific things, but they've been able to work with the fire marshal's office to still allow for them to open while they're waiting on those items to come in. So I think we're in good shape to open in January.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for being here today, Andrew. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Chair.
Committee, we're not going to do discussions, but if any of you have any recommendations for our committee report, we may have one more meeting. Probably if we do, it'd be the 1st of January, but we'll see what comes up. I'll try to give you as big a heads up as we can, but if anyone can think of any recommendations that this committee would want to make going into the new legislative year, just send me an email, text, contact. Y'all have my phone, I think. Representative Wolfmore.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to take this opportunity. If there's not, well, even if there is a January meeting, I imagine the new ranking will be serving on it. I want to tell you what a pleasure it's been to serve with all of you and an honor. And, you know, those of you who I served on the conference committee with, you know, I thought we got our work done in a very respectful, peaceful manner, and I was always proud of the product. So I just wanted to give kudos to all you and thank you for all your work, and it was a pleasure working with you. Thank you.
Well, thank you. The feeling's mutual, and we're gonna miss you. Senator Hawk.
Yes, I would like to tell Wolfmore also, it's been a pleasure to work with you. And, so, you know, I always saw a friendly face when we were in conference committee. And I saw several friendly faces, but one was really consistent, and I'm going to miss seeing your face over there. I also wanted to respond to your question, Mr. Chairman. I think it was a year ago. No, it might have been more than, it's probably 2 years ago, maybe 3 years ago. We had a post audit looking at legislative salary and pay. And I've talked to a lot of young people, and I'm involved in this next gen under 30, and almost every young person that I talk to, when they find out what we make, they go, oh, I don't think I'm real interested in a job that pays that. And in fact, when we did the mental health beds, we were down in Wichita, and they were talking about what some of the people made in the hospitals. And Representative Landwehr said, I wouldn't work for that. And I said, you do, and a lot less. And so I have a bill that I'm going to introduce that would raise the daily rate and try and make it competitive with what goes on in our surrounding states in terms of what average, we're way below average than most every other state in the nation. I think there's one state that doesn't get paid at all, and that's not my goal. But the bill would allow people to stay on the same rate they're on now or move into the higher pay rate if they chose. And then once you did that, you'd be locked in, and it would change the CAPERS portion of that too. And so it'll be interesting to see if that bill ever gets a hearing, but I know I raised that issue a few years ago, and there's supposed to be a group that looks at that every couple of years or so, and they never meet. So at least it'll be a bill that if we want to look at it, I think it will be less controversial than anything we've heard before because it gives an option, but could encourage young people to decide maybe I could afford to have a career and do this job too.
I might mention there is a committee.
I think they already met.
Had a meeting already, yeah.
Yeah, and at least the last meeting, I asked somebody, did you talk about legislative pay? And they said no. It's sort of a hot political issue, but I think this makes it less of a political issue and potentially could put us in having a CPI that would not make it an annual fight about how it looks to the public. And I think the public would appreciate having a good pool of people. Not that we don't have the greatest people I've ever known in my life, but I'm worried about the future. And it doesn't take effect till after the next election.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion? Representative Waymaster.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I just want to say, if these would be the parting words for Representative Wolfmore, you and I have been serving together in the capacity of chairman and ranking member for 8 years. So most of the tenure that I've been in the legislature, you and I have been serving together in leadership positions. And I do have to say, with the uncertainty of who's going to be filling your shoes, I am somewhat nervous, I'll be honest. I wish you had decided to stay, but I completely understand because you want to spend time with your grandchildren and personal life, and I know we'll stay in touch, but I wish you well.
Okay, if there's nothing else, we are adjourned. Thank you.